Let me say welcome to the Town of Poughkeepsie Planning Board meeting for May 20th, 2021. And please join me for the pledge to start off. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I muted everybody on purpose because otherwise we get that crazy echo.
All right, thank you. Start off with a roll call of board members to see that they're here. Make sure you unmute yourself. Peter.
Here.
Ben.
Here.
Nicole.
Here.
Rocco.
Here.
Bob.
Here.
See, I think Joan was going to be out. And Ahmed, are you on yet? Right now we got a quorum of 5 members. I think we will have 6. Sorry,
I count 6. Yeah.
6. We will have Ahmed maybe joining us. Tonight's meeting has been convened in accordance with the Governor's Executive Order 202.1, which suspends certain provisions of the Open Meetings Law to allow a municipal board to convene a meeting via video conferencing. In accordance with the executive order, the public has been provided with the ability to view and participate in tonight's meeting by computer, smartphone, or telephone, and to view the meeting on the usual cable television channels. The recording of the meeting will be posted to the town website, and a written transcript of the meeting will be prepared and provided at a later date. There has been a roll call of the board members, and there's a quorum present for this meeting. I've also confirmed with the secretary that this meeting has been duly noticed, and we have fulfilled our legal notice requirements by posting a copy of the notice of the meeting on the town's webpage and on the town's bulletin board. We've emailed a copy of the notice to the media, and we have confirmation that the legal notices for the public hearings tonight have been properly published. With that, we'll jump right into it. And first up is South Hills Commons. Who's here representing that tonight?
Bombardieri from Day and Sarcosa Engineering.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Do you have any, you've been here a few times, do you have any quick updates to let us know what's been happening?
Well, we had the traffic report completed and that was submitted with the previous submission. The SWIP has been revised. The health department submission has been made, I think in the middle of April, and we haven't received comment back from them. The DOT has all the traffic information that we have from the study, and we also have not heard comment back from them yet.
Okay. Some moving along, but we got to hear back from DOT.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks. Kristen?
Okay.
Go through it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The application's on tonight for the board's consideration of a seeker determination and recommendation to the town board for a zoning district change. The application would come back to the planning board subsequent to any review by the town board for complete site plan review and architectural review. The board has a draft negative declaration for consideration should the board choose to move forward with a seeker determination this evening. And there is also an advisory report provided in your recommendation, whether the board chooses to provide a positive or negative recommendation regarding the zoning district change or remain neutral on the subject.
All right.
And I would like to just point out, so we don't forget him, Mark Petraro is on the call and did review the traffic study and has provided a comment memo and may want to provide an overview. And I know that the applicant has also asked their traffic engineer, Rich, to be here from Collier's Engineering. So if the board does have specific questions related to traffic, those questions could be directed their way.
Sounds good. I know traffic is an issue that some of the neighbors brought up as well. All right, thanks, Kristen. We start off with Don. Is there any, we know there's still some site plan issues, but we're going to look at seeker issues tonight as well. Don,
Yeah.
what do we got left?
Yeah, I don't think there's any, we don't have any seeker issues left. The only thing that we're kind of still looking for is a better access across this property to our town pump station. Other than that, we're pretty well satisfied.
Okay, yeah, that's right on the edge of the property line there.
We're prepared to provide an easement.
Okay, great. Mark, you mentioned traffic. I see you're on.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. It's Mark Pachoro from JMC, the traffic consultant for the town. We did review the traffic report that was provided by the applicant for the proposed application. The study looked at 3 intersections along Route 9D at the intersection of Delaverne, also at the intersection of Swenson Drive, as well as the proposed side driveway. The counts were conducted at the intersections, and they were balanced and adjusted to record DOT volumes, which is what the DOT is looking for these days due to COVID traffic impacts and getting representative data prior to the pandemic. They also did incorporate a general growth rate to their design year of 2024, which seems appropriate. They also provided the trips associated with the proposed development based on Institute of Transportation Engineers data, as well as the anticipated distribution of traffic, and both of those are appropriate as well, following typical procedures. They did provide also an accident analysis. We asked them to just provide a comparison to the statewide averages and also limit the data to prior to the pandemic. Additionally, they did provide a qualitative analysis of the traffic impacts at the intersection of Route 9D, and Vassar Road there, showing that it's anticipated to have approximately 10 vehicles in the peak hour at the intersection. They did analyze the weekday AM and the weekday PM hours. I forgot to mention that before. Lastly, they did perform a left turn lane warrant analysis following AASHTO publication for the construction of a left turn lane if it's warranted. Based on the criteria, the volumes do not meet or exceed the thresholds needed for left turn lane warrant analysis. Again, these documents are being reviewed by the state DOT since they do own and maintain the Route 9D. So they will be involved in the process for the driveway construction and permitting. So that's a quick synopsis of my review of it. So I don't know if there's any other comments.
I think you mentioned a comment on parking also, but I think we're good on the number of parking spaces.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mark. This is on for a public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
All right, is there anyone who would like to speak on this item for the public hearing? You can raise your hand on Zoom. You can just unmute yourself if you're on a phone. You would use *6 to unmute. Okay, yeah.
I would like to speak.
Okay.
My name is Ali Bop. I live at 2821 Route 9D. The sewer pump station is actually on my land in the corner there. So I have a few concerns with this project. I've voiced them before. It's a very busy road. We have no school bus stop sign. There's a bus stop right here. Am I under the understanding that, I think I've read in the documents that they're not going to want a left-hand turn out of this development? If that's the case, I mean, they're going to be turning around in the cemetery, which people do all the time anyway, which is very unsafe. It's just constant traffic all the time. I'm also worried about privacy. I'm worried about the negative effect on all of the wildlife back there. It's a huge green area. I think we should keep our town green and keep these beautiful areas clear of construction. And another thing, all of these property owners, the Chanticleer condos and the line of houses that I'm in, didn't purchase in an area that was so highly populated. And I just think it's unfair, and it's really going to change what it's like around here. I hope that if this goes through, people are actually going to rent them out at that extremely high price, and they don't turn into Section 8 or, you know, a dump. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Ally. Anyone else on the wishes to comment tonight? And since it has to go back to the town board, we will have another opportunity for hearings.
Yeah, the town board, of course, will have to hold a public hearing
About
as
this
well. And then when it comes back, if it comes back to the planning board, it would still be on for public hearing.
I think the important point about what's being said, though, is that the town board has the jurisdiction for changing the zoning. So the planning board would be making a recommendation to the town board or providing an advisory report about the findings of this review thus far. But ultimately would advise those listening in to bring your concerns as well to the town board, who will be considering the zoning district change. If the zoning district change is not granted, the project goes away. So just would like to offer that up for those listening.
Okay, anyone else with a comment? I'm not seeing any hands raised on the Zoom.
All right, this time I move we adjourn the public hearing to July 15th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We just check, has Ahmed joined yet? Okay, we'll take a look. He said he might join a little bit late. All right. This time we'll go around the board for comments and see what everybody thinks. Start with Peter.
I don't have any comments. It's in the hands of the town board at this point.
All right, Ben,
No comments, thank you.
Nicole.
Yeah, the only thing, Amy, we talked about this last time too, is, you know, definitely privacy. If this project does go through, we want people like Ally Bob to be able to have privacy in her own backyard. So I know that we've talked about landscaping, we've talked about fencing. Again, if a fence does go up, if this does go through, we want it to be some type of natural color. I know that I think originally it was possibly like a white that you were proposing. So I know with the PVC, there are other more natural colors, browns, tans. There actually also might be a green. So I just wanted to keep those things in mind.
Yeah, we actually, I don't know if the detail made it on the plan, but we're proposing a wood colored fence now along the eastern property line. The property line behind Ally Bob's house, behind the residential homes, is right now we're proposing a tight vegetated buffer, but if that changes, we'll
Just
definitely.
a quick correction. So the fence is being proposed at the northern property line in the
Sorry.
wood coloring. Yeah, and there's an existing vegetative buffer that is largely to remain. And then the applicant is proposing supplementing that existing residential or vegetative buffer with about, oh, I don't know, but something on the order of like 50 plantings along that eastern boundary.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like a fairly thick.
I just wanted to make sure we had the directions correct, because for those listening.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to learn my north and south.
They've updated that as time goes on, so it's a much thicker planting barrier there. Arborvitaes and some decisions.
And also keep in mind that vegetative buffer is essentially deciduous in nature. So it's only good for 6 months out of the year.
The arborvitae as well.
No, the arborvitae are not deciduous. So the existing, I think you're talking about.
I'm talking about the existing,
Right.
Someone mentioned existing vegetative cover.
Correct, Peter. The existing is deciduous.
Which was why we had them propose the arborvitae, yes.
And that'll help with the sound, light, etc. and view. All right, let's go on to anything else, Nicole? All right, move on to Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to get some clarification. Mark, you mentioned something about 10 vehicle at the 99D intersection with Bass Road. Can you give me a little more detail? What is the 10 vehicles referred to?
So the 10 vehicles is that they did a qualitative analysis. They didn't do the full depth level of service analysis at that intersection. So they anticipated the number of trips at that intersection. So it's anticipated to be 10 vehicles during the peak hours. So it roughly approximates to one vehicle every 6 minutes during the peak hour would be through that intersection.
Coming down onto 9D from Route 9?
Just turning through there. So whether or not it's going to it or coming from there, it's a total of 10 vehicles.
Okay. I mean, my experience is sometimes it's 10 vehicles a minute going through there.
But this is only specifically the number of vehicles related to this development. So the actual numbers of the vehicles at the intersection, that is not detailed in the report. They just talked about the number of vehicles their project would anticipate through that intersection, which would be 10 vehicles.
Okay.
And again, those volumes are based on the industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers publication of the Trip Generation Manual 10th edition.
Okay, and then Ali asked or raised a question about the left turn. Can you clarify what is their capability to turn left out of and into that?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. The project is currently proposing full movement at their driveway, lefts out, rights out, also lefts in and rights in. What they looked at was the warrant if needed to construct a left turn lane for northbound on Route 9D for access into the development. This is a warrant that has guidelines and thresholds based on AASHTO. This is something that the New York State DOT also looks at in other projects too, when there's one travel lane in each direction or 2-lane roadways such as this on Route 9D. In this particular instance, the thresholds, the volume thresholds that we make in that left turn is not met or exceeded to warrant a left turn lane for this particular site driveway.
Okay, I'm on that road a lot, and there's a number of trucks from Bottini are going south, making a right turn on D. Laverne, and they can get backed up with the light. I don't know how long or how far back up it would apply, but I just have a concern. It's kind of being understated, the traffic and the environment around that, but I don't have any specific data, just it's my perception. Like I said, I live about a mile from that intersection, 9D and Vassar Road, and I go down 9D quite frequently. So okay, I just have a different perception, but it's not based on any surveys or facts.
Thanks, Bob. Rocco, anything?
No comments at this time. Thank you.
And let's see. Myself, I just wanted to mention a little thing. Sheet S1 still shows the sidewalk at 4 feet. It should be 5 feet labeled. I think the screening is good. We talked about the fence color and the access to the pump station already. The only thing I'd mention about the screening is that arborvitae tend to be something that deer like, so you may want to consider something different, some conifers or something that is less deer friendly, that is still not deciduous. Like the architecture, and I would take a look at the sign again. I mean, you have a sign on poles there. We're trying to preferring monument signs in general.
Okay.
This time, so take a look at that. And I think we're ready for motions. Any other last comments from board members?
I one last question for Mark. And that is, you mentioned that there was no level of service analysis done at 9 and 9D. Is that because it was not warranted based on just an additional 10 cars per hour? Or was there some other reason?
No, so the intersection is far away. The volumes that are anticipated through that intersection are a very small percentage representative to likely what's out there going through the intersection. So that's why we didn't feel it was warranted to do a full detailed level of service analysis at that intersection. We caught the study asked to analyze intersections north and south of their site driveway. So we did look at the northern location of their driveway, what the operation would be like. That was Swenson Drive that we had them look at. But the intersection of Route 9D and Route 9 with Vassar is a large intersection, and likely the anticipated volumes through there would be pretty small compared to what's already out there at that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, Mark. All right, Nicole,
I move that the planning board determined that the proposed South Hills Commons application would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment for the reasons set forth in the seeker negative declaration for an unlisted action dated May 20th, 2021.
do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter,
Aye.
Ben,
Aye.
Nicole,
Aye.
Rocco,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
self, aye. Motion passes 6-0.
I move that the planning board convey no recommendation, positive or negative, as part of its advisory report to the town board regarding the proposed zoning district change from R20 to RM, noting the following for the town board's consideration, 1 through 6D.
Second.
Then seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter,
Aye.
Ben,
Aye.
Nicole,
Aye.
Rocco,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
myself, aye. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Either.
Nicole, you're muted.
Nope. Oh,
I'm sorry. I move that the planning board defer further action on this application until the town board has reached a decision on the zoning map amendment and direct the applicant to respond to comments in writing of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 12.
Second.
then seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter,
Aye.
Ben,
Aye.
Nicole,
Aye.
Rocco,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
self, aye. Motion passes 6-0. All right. I guess you're headed to the town board next. See what and they'll have
Thank you.
a hearing there as well.
Thank you.
Zoning change. Up next is 1 Duchess Avenue. Who's that, Marty out there or who else?
That'd be Lou.
Lou,
Lou, sorry.
Lou and Don.
Getting my big projects mixed up.
Evening.
Lou's out there somewhere.
Lou, you didn't bring your dog.
No, does anyone want to adopt one? No. No, I found a better way to quiet her down. Keep her home.
All right, let's see. Looks like you've made some changes. You've got the trash squared away. What say you? Any other things you want to mention before I go to Kristen?
Lou?
Lou, are you,
Yes, we've made the changes as requested.
all right? Well, let me go just to Kristen then. We'll see what the department
Okay.
recommends today.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The application is on for seeker review for the board to consider the adoption of seeker findings, coastal consistency review, site plan review, aquatic resources permit review, and architectural review this evening. There were a few outstanding items from the last appearance. The applicant has made strides in addressing. I will hit on a couple of them. There have been conversations with the city of Poughkeepsie discussing the refuse placement. Well, it works out that the applicant was able to propose the refuse area at the northeast corner of the site, only losing 2 parking spaces in that area, but was able to supplement that or adjust the parking in other places to accommodate those 2 that were eliminated in that particular part of the site. So we are still meeting the required minimum parking. Snow storage has been modified as well through discussions with the city. Snow is not to be stored along the riverfront property and is in the event of a significant snowstorm, snow would be required to be removed within 48 hours after the event. There is still, perhaps it's not as satisfying the square footage of or area that the snow storage that's provided on the site plan. We do find that it does meet a minimum qualification, hence why the applicant has also acknowledged placement of a note on the plan about the removal of the snow. This isn't incongruent to other applications where we've had significant developments place a note on the plan about removal. It's in their best interest to get that snow off the site for their residents and patrons. There is a modification to the recreation number that was discussed at the prior planning board meeting, which the planning board does have the ability or has discretion over. So the applicant has acknowledged that we will be removing that 3,500 square feet from the rooftop commercial building of the commercial building. That application will be modified and submitted. Ultimately, that calculation does go on to the town board and also the recreation department for a second or supplemental review. So again, the applicant has provided confirmation of that. Getting back to refuse for a minute, the applicant has also provided detail and a letter from Royal Karting about the size and ability to accommodate the town portion of the refuse, serving the 84 apartments in the town and the commercial structure. This is in no way meant to supplement the entire or serve the entire and accommodate the entire project on a whole. The refuse within the city will have to be discussed with the city about how that's managed and handled. Ultimately, it would be ideal at some point down the line to bring that refuse area into one, from a practical planning standpoint, bring that to one area on the site to serve the whole project. There are still conversations going on about the ownership, interim and long-term for the Riverfront Park. I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. I know Lisa might be able to shed some light on that. There is also there are still discussions with the applicant, between the applicant and the town board attorney and the planning board attorney as it relates to infrastructure. We're talking water and sewer. Although I do think, again, we've made significant strides and anything outstanding at this point would be, okay enough for a conditional approval and could be worked on subsequent to that. What else am I forgetting? The aquatic resources permit, the documentation that the town's wetlands and environmental consultant required or had sought has been placed on the site plan. We are looking for additional information in writing from the applicant. We would ask for that as part of a resubmission and response to comments in writing. So everything is documented completely and cohesively in one place when you submit for another review. And so all that said, staff is recommending the opening and closing of the public hearing this evening, adopting a set of seeker findings, providing a determination for waterfront consistency, and adopting a resolution to grant conditional site plan approval. The board would also consider granting a resolution to grant conditional aquatic resources permit approval and conducting architectural review, if in agreement. We also have on the line Mark Petraro, who reviewed traffic related and parking related or provided a parking and traffic related review. And of course, Liz Axelson, who
Yep.
provided us with a draft seeker finding statement.
All right, thanks. We start with Don. What say you from engineering?
I think we're in pretty good shape with this one, assuming that all the Transportation Corporation answers are the way we think they are, and when they respond, we'll be in good shape.
All right, thanks, Don. And Liz, let's start with you.
Really quick, a lot of comments were addressed. The updates to what we call the project impact table. It kind of quantifies all the development values. Shed a lot more light on what was being counted as snow storage areas, which may also coincide with pervious areas on the site. And it also, I think, helped staff figure out what was being counted as usable open space, which I think was important. And then there was an inset map showing the snow storage areas. We all had a little trouble sort of finding it. And the only concern I have has to do with where the snow storage areas ultimately are on the revised plan to make sure that they're not plowing over sidewalks, that kind of stuff. That's it, really. This shaped up very nicely.
All right, yeah, it's come a long way. Thanks. Lisa, did you have some comments on the any easements or any?
Sure. So I can talk briefly. It's determined that assuming the answers from the applicant in writing come back the way we expect them to do, I think we have informal answers and we're waiting for formal answers, that a transportation corporation will not be required because there will be common ownership of a number of elements that will remove the need for the transportation corporation. In terms of the park, we had originally thought that it was an offer of cession with a right of first refusal for the town, and then that the city had the right, but in looking at the offer of cession, it's actually made for the portion that's in the town. The offer is actually made directly to the city, and the town can interject if it would like to, but we understand that the town doesn't want to own the park, so that the ownership will go directly from the applicant to the city, and the town won't need to be involved. So there's a lot of steps that were removed by that process that we don't have to deal with anymore. So that's a good thing. And we understand from the city that they are well along in the process of actually accepting the park, and that hopefully on their end, the park acceptance is imminent. And I don't know, did I miss anything, Kristen?
No, it sounded good.
Okay.
Sounded good. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with a big project like this, but it sounds like it's moving right along. Go to Mark for final comments on traffic and parking.
Yep. Hello again. So we did have a comment letter. We had mainly it's minor site plan related comments that are addressable. They did revise the crosswalk heading over to the waterfront walkway. It is a perpendicular crossing now. We just asked that they provide the appropriate pedestrian warning signage for that crossing location, as well as per the New York Vehicle and Traffic Law, they would likely need to remove one of the parking spaces closest to the crosswalk location. And one of their drawings just need to be updated to reflect the currently proposed layout. Additionally, there's a drainage structure that's located within the proposed crosswalk, so they should probably look at making sure that the structure meets ADA guidelines for grade openings and other associated items. And then lastly is just to show the turning path of a refuge truck accessing the enclosure location.
Yep. All right, thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
All right, this is on for a public hearing tonight, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, if you are on the Zoom, please either raise your hand or simply unmute yourself. If you're on a phone, *6 to unmute. I'm not seeing
Hands
anything.
raised,
I'm
going
not seeing
once.
anyone waving frantically at the
Going
camera.
twice. All right, I
Okay.
move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Let's go around the board for final comments.
I just wanted to point out, I was remiss, thank you, Mark, for reminding me that one of those parking spaces would have to be eliminated. That said, the applicant is still proposing 159 parking spaces, I believe, where the requirement is 156. So they do have a little bit of wiggle room. So that would be accommodated, okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, I did remember seeing that in Mark's letter, not say it. All right. Go around the board, start with Nicole this time.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Rocco?
No comments, but I think it's come along and I'm looking forward to have this here in the town. It looks good.
And
I have nothing to add.
Bob?
No comments from me.
Peter? Oh, you're muted, Peter.
No, I don't have any comments.
All right. My 2 cents are, yeah, you've done everything we've asked about the trash and the snow storage, and the buildings that are out there look good in the city, and you're going to just mirror that in the town. It will be good. The only thing I would like to see is that something keeps working on that, getting that path and the emergency access connected from the north to the. I mean, that's not something Lou has control over exactly,
Something we need to work on.
but it's something to.
That's something Mr. Welty will take care of. No.
Okay. So
Thanks.
something that town planning can work on, and the fire department as well.
Yep.
So, all right. Ready for Nicole?
I move that the planning board adopt the resolution adopting seeker findings for the 1 Dutchess Avenue Phase 3 project as prepared by town planning staff and town consultants.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Call the question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 6-0.
I move that the planning board determine that 1 Dutchess Avenue Phase 3 site plan is consistent with the town of Poughkeepsie's approved local waterfront revitalization program.
Second.
Then seconded for LWRP. Call to question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 6-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for 1 Dutchess Avenue Phase 3 site plan, subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, inclusive of but not limited to the following 1 through
1 through 12. Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 6-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional aquatic resources permit approval for 1 Dutchess Avenue Phase 3 site plan, subject to completing conditions of site plan approval.
Second.
Then seconded for aquatic resource permit. Called question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 6-0. All right, through those motions, Lou, do you have someone that can give us an architectural overview again tonight?
We can give you the architect, and I don't have the architect here tonight, Mr. McCormick. So I guess I could give it to you at the next meeting.
Well, we have seen it.
Yeah.
We have seen the architecture a few times and it matches this.
Is there any comments you have, or is
City
it?
buildings. Let's go around any board members have any issues with the architecture that we've seen in the past meetings?
The one thing that we have going for us is you have the exact replica up and standing and operating. So you have a pretty good idea of what it's going to look like.
A very good idea what it's going to look like. Yep. All right. With that said, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Myself, aye.
Ahmed is there, aye.
Oh, and Ahmed?
Yes, aye.
Motion passes. We have a seventh member on the board now. So motion passes 7-0.
Guess you guys don't want Lou back. Huh? All right.
We've seen enough of them for right
All
now.
right.
All right, good luck,
All
Lou, out there with the town portion and continued development.
Thank you all. We'll get it done and you'll be pleased with what we get.
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Lou.
Thank you, thank you. Piece of cake.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Lucky 13, Eastdale Village. Hey, Jeff?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members. How are you?
Good.
Mr. Chairman, if I could share my screen, maybe just take us through a little presentation here, or
That sounds good. Take us through the
Cool.
changes you're proposing.
or do you want to open a public hearing first? I'm not quite sure what the.
We want to see your presentation first.
Okay, all right. Let me do that then. Yes, lucky 13 on the site plan amendment. It's also coupled with the subdivision of the lots on the east side of 44. We've done successfully completed some subdivisions on the west side. So this what you have in front of you is really a compilation of the subdivision and the site plan that necessarily accompanies that subdivision. We took a fresh look at the amenities site-wide and have that little presentation on those, and then a continuation really of the look of Eastdale Avenue along Route 44. We're introducing a new building P, which we'll talk about a little bit. And I think as part of your packet, you might have noticed that we've a number of the tenants on Eastdale Avenue along this side have actually purchased the lot. So there's a number of new LLC lot owners that you might have noticed on the plans. We've had great response from our commercial tenants for locating here. So it's been it's succeeding, and I think everybody has seen that who's been there. And just to remind you of kind of orient you on the east side, Route 44 here across the top. The commercial core is the section closest to 44, and the residential core behind, and then up the side, the buffer between the commercial and the existing Dara Place residents. We have the lower scale townhouse units along what was named Parkside Avenue. The subdivision, really for these, it's really 7 lots. The subdivision, it's an open development subdivision, so a couple of the lots don't have frontage on a public street. That's consistent with the town ordinance. Lot 1E, 4.5 acres, has residential buildings 16, 17, and 18, and the new mail building MB2. Lot 2E is also residential. It has the townhouse buildings 12, 13, 14, and 15, and the former Ortega house will be located onto that lot. Lot 3E has 2 mixed-use buildings, residential above commercial, buildings H and I, on a 2.3 acre lot. Lot 4E, single building proposed right now, building J, 0.73 acre lot, again, mixed use. Lot 5E, 1.35 acres, mixed use buildings L and P with residential above commercial. And lot 6E, 1.1 acres, mixed use building K, resi above commercial. And then lot 7E is our 11.83 acres remaining as the maintenance building and other site amenities on 7E. So this subdivision really goes a long ways towards the financing of the project. These are financing groups. It's really kind of the major impetus for the subdivision, certainly in the residential areas. And also I should mention, it really is, there are two lots existing. We had the 1.85 acre industrial retro lot and the 22.35 acre lot 1E. Those get combined and create 7 lots out of it. So it's five total new lots. There are also some bulk area waivers that are requested, really as a function of the zone. The code always contemplated subdivisions and always contemplated smaller lots and 0 lot lines. Sometimes how it plays out doesn't really match what I think the wording in the zone and wording in the code, and that's why the planning board has the authority to waive some of these bulk area requirements. So lot 1E is 4.5 acres, and lot 2E is 2.4 acres. Those are both residential only. So they're required to have 8 acres on the requirement for attached residential units. So we're asking for a waiver of the lot size on those two. Buildings 17 and 18 are within the 25-yard front yard setback. And just to show you what that looks like, this is the lot line. This is building 17, building 18. So this is considered the front, even though they look out onto Eastdale Avenue. So a front yard setback of 25. We've really only got 18.1 and 14.3 and building 18 is the closest. But that's, again, there's nothing on the other side of that lot line. It just made sense to draw the lot line against the curb line of Karen Way. So that necessitated a waiver. And the same thing on building 15, it's within 11.8 feet of the side yard line, where 15 feet is required, but the lot line is what makes sense at the back of the curb, and so that's what we're asking for the waivers here. They don't, really make sense to draw the lines the way they're drawn, and request a waiver. That's part of the package. Are there questions about the subdivision? Should we stop there, or how would you like me to proceed to the rest of the presentation?
Jeff, I just have a quick question since you're on the subdivision. This is Eric. You mentioned the lot line was drawn along the curb line, and I'm fine with it either way, but I'm just curious as to why along the curb line instead of in the center of the road, which is a private road, which is might be a little more common. Is there a reason for it?
It's just what made sense as we were drawing these lines. I'll point out one other thing on the one next to 17, 18. It doesn't show up really well. There's a refuse area right here at the end of Karen Way, and a lot line down the middle of Karen Way would go right through the middle of the refuse area. It just kind of based on the layout of these facilities, we tried to draw it where it made sense. Based on the facilities. Again, it doesn't need to be in the middle of a road because these are private roads. So we just tried to make sense with how it's built.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good question. Yeah, just continue on with the presentation, Jeff.
Okay, sure. The amenities, and we have looked at a few on the site. On the east side, and I'll show you, we've added a patio, fire pit, grill, bocce court, and expanded landscaping on the west side green next to the pool area. On the east side, we've added a second dog park. We've also on the east side expanded the mail building and looking to relocate the trail header to access the woodland trails. So and this is the patio plan. So the pool is here in the corner, and this is the pool deck and the relocated shed, which is in place now. So what we're really looking to add are a combination of hardscape, softscape. We have sidewalks here. We have a seating area with a low wall and a gas-fired fire pit here. We have a grilling station here, and again, gas fire that the residents can use, bocce court, and really combination of perennials and low grasses throughout here to really make an attractive, usable space for the residents. Again, added a dog park on the east side. This is the Victory Lane on the left side of the screen here, and the connector road at the bottom. So we added a dog park with a gazebo and access, and again, fencing and some screening from Victory Lane. This dashed line here is the floodplain line. So some of the dog park is in the floodplain. The gazebo and is out of the floodplain, but it does trigger a floodplain permit for the improvements in the floodplain. We're putting a little fill in there and some drainage improvements, working with the town engineer on some potential changes to the drainage in there. But this is, I believe, consistent with what pretty consistent with what the engineer has looked at and conceptually agreed that it can work. We have a couple of final questions to answer with Don and his team.
Okay.
We expanded mail building MB2. You've heard me talk before about mail delivery, and so we've had to expand this building to be able to handle the volume of packages and mail. The other thing that we've heard a lot from the residents is, a number of people now work out of their home, but sometimes you need a desk, you need an office to go to for a couple of hours. So we have, I'll use the term a WeWork style space very loosely. It's certainly not WeWork. It's not as amenity filled as a WeWork space, but we have an office here which we will. The residents can on a scheduled basis they can go in and schedule time, lease the office in here to be able to use it as necessary. So we've really kind of seen a demand for that, and so we added that office use within the mail building as well.
Nice idea.
Well, yeah. Again, it's demand related, and that's what we've looked to end up with there. And we've again added significant landscaping, seating, outdoor seating access. We really tried to with the small park area here. Really tried to make this a much more inviting area. I know one of the town's comments, the town staff comments, was to relocate. We get rid of one of the gazebos because it just really wasn't fitting with what we wanted to do and show here. There was a request to look at putting it in this area. We don't think it will. We don't think it will look right here. I don't think it'll be used right here. I don't think it's an appropriate use. And so we're, again, the part of the application is really to lose that. It's 113 square feet, but based on what we're doing, it's very, very small piece of the puzzle that we'd again ask the board to accept our request to remove that gazebo from the plan.
Just associated with that, if there's nothing there, just want to make sure that I see benches at the playground, but make sure there's enough. Those trees provide some shade there too for parents sitting at the bench.
Yep. Yeah, we've got this is not I didn't fully capture in this window here, but we've got shade trees around here, and there's somewhat also on the back side of the park. So yes, we are looking to make it more inviting with the benches and the landscaping.
All right, continue.
Sure. I wanted to go back to one question. I forgot to cover. There's a question about the dog park and its proximity to the uses, and it seems that the comment was it seems to be more remote than it should be. But I looked at the distance from the main buildings 16, 17, and 18, and the distance to the dog park. And this is kind of the main buildings and dog parks here. This is actually comparable. Buildings 16 and 17 are comparable to the big buildings 1 and 2, or big building 2 on the other side. Building 3 on the west side is actually further away than building 18 is here, and the townhouses, buildings 7, 8, and 9 are even further away from the dog park. So really, the dog park here is closer on average to the residential uses than what we have on the other side, and we think it works just fine. And it's really not a remote access at all, not a remote place at all to the based on the where the residences really are. And then the other question was, can we make that dog park open to the public instead of it being for residents only? And we really really don't want to do that. The dogs that are in Eastdale, our staff keep track of the dogs and their shots and their permits, and we know what dogs are there and that they have the appropriate care, and that's just part of what we provide to the residents. That there is some exclusivity, at least for their dogs, in terms of they know that they've got a safe place to play with the other dogs. And so and we've also got insurance issues, which insurance is something that perhaps can always be overcome, but we really would need to keep this as a resident only amenity here on the site.
All right.
Sorry, so let me go back to the last piece of the amenities was the trail header, and we're proposing again there's existing trails, wood chip path here, and we kind of a steep bank between the back of building 16 and the top, and on the plans, it's kind of all the same to be able to get from back here to the top. It all looks the same amount of grade change, no matter where you are. But when you get in the field, the old header was much further to the right of this plan, and it's a very, very steep bank, and so you really have to go straight up before you can get to the top of this little plateau here. Over in this corner, though, it's a little more gradual, and we believe to be able to get a switch back to work over here. So it really is just a function of the site conditions and how it really will work to get access in here. So we're again requesting permission to move that trail header based on what's really going on out there.
Topography there.
Yeah, right. It's the survey doesn't do it justice, but when you look at it, you understand what's going on.
All right.
And then new building P. So we have a new building, but again, there's no new square footage here, commercial or residential, no new units or bedrooms, because some of the buildings H, I, J, and K, L, they're not fully designed yet. It's just a matter of program. But we thought it would be important to really continue the Eastdale Village look across the rest of the frontage here on the east side. So we've continued the patio and the landscaping and the lighting and the street trees be continued along the side here. We've got some, again, beefed up the landscaping between here and the neighbor, and a restriction on no outdoor lighting back in here, just to be cognizant that there is a neighbor. But we really think this is an important part of continuing the look across the frontage of the project onto 44. It's about a 2,400 square foot footprint, and we're anticipating 3 stories, again residential over commercial.
All right. That's close to the house there, so as long as that's screened properly.
Yes, and you'll get fencing, have evergreens. They actually have also an evergreen hedge on their property, and so this really just kind of supplements what's existing right now in terms of screening.
All right.
And I guess there were a couple other questions I just wanted to address. I think that we saw one was potential for some screening of the stormwater basins from Victory Lane. So here's again the dog park, and that has landscape proposed here. We can't actually plant here on the stormwater basin because of the stormwater regulations, but we thought maybe we would continue the 6-foot white privacy fence along this border if that met the board's approval, and soften this corner here with some additional trees, because those are, you know, off the berm. There's also electric and gas and phone in the is we can't really plant at the toe of the berm here, but we have some room in the corner here to soften that corner for visuals from Victory Lane. There was a question about open space and the open space table, and this is one more kind of vagaries of the code. Because we subdivided, the lots are viewed differently, and so our required open space went up. This is a lot to absorb, but unsubdivided lot 1E had to meet the requirements for non-residential or mixed residential. So we had 500 square feet of open space per 5,000 square feet of lot area. Okay, but now we subdivide, so lot 7E still meets that requirement. But lots 3, 4, 5, and 6E contain mixed uses, so they have a different section of the code to comply with. Lots 1 and E, only residential buildings, again, a different section of the code they have to comply with. So the usable open space requirement increased from 11.16 acres to 15.34 acres. That's what's required. We modified some of the open space areas on the west side. The east side stayed the same. On the west side, where we one of the areas only included the gazebo between buildings 15 and 16. That area is reconfigured to include really that gazebo and the new dog park. So it increased the usable open space by almost 8,000 square feet. And then the mail building, the area playground near the mail building, that got a little smaller because the mail building got bigger and was reoriented. So we lost 1,263 square feet, but overall, the usable open space increased by 0.15 acres, and we're still nearly double the open space requirements, even with the big increase in what was required. We're still providing 30.43 acres of open space, where only we had the 15.34 acres required. So we're still well above what's required. And then last comment, and this relates to the Darrow Place Connector Road and the note that was designed. And because we've added a couple of buildings in this proposed plan, or modified the buildings, wanted to suggest a couple of changes in that note. And that's where the Darrow Place Connector Road shall be fully operational, no C of O for any use on the east side other than buildings 15, 16, 17, and 18. I wanted to add and building the mail building MB2 into that, so we can build the mail building, which we have to service the residential buildings. So no CO other than for those buildings, and up to 2 of the buildings. And whereas the note now says HIJKRL, I think should also include building P in that list. So again, to provide the, I think this is consistent with the original note, but just recognizes some of the changes on the site as part of this application.
Not sure if I missed. Did you say how many units on top of P you were thinking
of? P is, it's in the application. I believe it's 2 1-bedroom units, I think, is the number that we're looking at. Okay. But again, the whatever was in P, we just took out of one of the other buildings. So the net number of buildings, net number of units doesn't change. We just relocated some onto P.
Yep. All right. Is that it, Jeff?
That's it.
That's it. a handful of changes.
Yes.
Let me go to Eric for our department's recommendation.
Okay, 13th Amendment, Jeff, you sure you don't want to do one more for good luck?
I certainly will, but not tonight.
That's next month. Come on.
Right, right. Let's see. So the this amended application's up for a public hearing, and the staff have provided the board with a seeker consistency determination, and if you're inclined, also a resolution for subdivision and amended site plan approvals. Jeff pretty much covered all my comments, and his responses are pretty good. The dog park, that sounds fine. That was why it was a suggestion on the public, so keeping it private. I have a dog, those are good reasons to control access. And on the trail relocation, I discussed it with the recreation director. Jeff and I had talked about coming out to the site to see it. She's interested in seeing it. So if we can leave that in there, we'll go out and take a look at it with Jeff, and, pick whatever route seems most feasible to the rec director and Jeff. Building P looks well designed. We didn't really have any comments. On the basin screening, I'm just going to suggest if the board could leave that open-ended. I know Marist College, for example, did a phenomenal job with their floodplain, with their basin planting, so that their stormwater basins are actually an enhancement to the science building, for example. There's some large buildings where they've done an arrangement of stormwater plantings per New York State DEC guidelines, and they look fabulous. So I'm just going to suggest it doesn't have to be typical landscape screening like trees and bushes that we typically see for screening, and it doesn't even necessarily need to be screening per se. I think the issue is more what it's going to look like.
Right. If it just some a little bit nicer visible. Yeah, they are huge basins when I was out
Yeah,
there looking at.
yeah. And in particular, if there's a way to design that so that the riprap areas, which are inherently not attractive, if there's a way to design those plantings, whatever they are per New York State DEC, to limit that a little bit, limit the visibility of those, that would be good. And it might save the applicant something over a fence along the road, which is a little less friendly. So if you're comfortable leaving that to work out with the applicant, and you could do that. With the open space, I agree with Jeff. The MHC district guidelines actually provided increase for the increased residential use. That's the way the district is supposed to work. And I agree with his assessment that the overall recreation area provided is compliant.
All right.
And the Darrell Road connector note changes sound perfectly reasonable and fine. So with that, you have our recommendation for actions. There's a couple of notes to resolve. Some easement. The engineer had comments about the drainage, which may require an offsite easement in coordination with 900 Dutchess Turnpike, because there is an offsite improvement there. And I'll let them address that. The engineer address that.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Eric. Yep. I was going to check with Don next.
Well, that's probably the only major thing here, is to try and deal with that drainage. We feel that it can be dealt with, obviously, but whether it needs to go into Victory Lane and be dealt with, or can be dealt with the way that they're proposing, that's still to be determined. So we'll continue to look at that.
I mean, there's another project, right in the, at the same intersection going on, so it have to be coordinated.
Right.
See who's doing what. All right, thanks, Don. This is on for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the audience or on the call tonight to comment on this application? Raise your hand with Zoom, or if you're on the phone, you star 6 to unmute. Anything coming up?
I'm not seeing any. No, I did want to point out that we did receive a comment from the neighbor,
Yeah, I was gonna bring
Mr.
that up.
Martin, about some dust on a particularly windy day. We did reach out to, Jeff and others on his team to make sure that that was addressed, and I'm told that it's being addressed, which is good. I don't see anyone else.
I'm going to move to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Moved and seconded, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Just before we go around the board, Jeff, can you say what you're doing to help with the dust problem that Mr. Martin came across?
I can, but first I have to say that what we think Mr. Martin videoed was the street sweeper, our street sweeper on Victory Lane, sweeping without water. Now, I can't explain why that happened exactly, but I think that's we think that's what may have been called. It was a mistake, right? I can't say more than that. I can't say anything better than that. But other than that, yes, we during the construction times, and this was not during active construction. Again, it was after the regular hours. But during construction, we're trying to keep the roadways wet to knock down dust from the traffic, and we have the site is not sufficiently stabilized in our review in terms of mulch and straw being placed on areas where we're not actively working. So we have a big load of straw coming in to place on the site to keep the dust better in place. So yes, that was a mistake, and we're looking to keep that from happening again.
All right, thanks. Yeah, you just answered my question. If there's something you could put down on areas you're not working on.
Yep.
Sounds good. All right, let's go around the board for comments. Peter?
My only comment is that for a project of this scope, it's an extraordinarily user-friendly. And you did a great job, and you continue to do a great job. That's my only comment.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you repeat the 46th thing that you said? No, I'm only kidding. I have no comment.
Hey, Nicole?
Yeah, Jeff, you answered all the questions that I had. Other than that, the amenities look awesome. That bocce court looks like it'll be so much fun. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Rocco?
Yeah, Jeff, I got a comment about the dog park. What are the plans regarding, I don't know, a better term, but availability or providing poop bags for the residents, and also a collection canister, because I see these in a lot of new developments, etc.
We have yes, we have both poop bag dispensers and actually we keep poop bags in them, because I see a lot as well that are empty. But we keep them stocked. We have garbage cans there. You know, those aren't on the plan, and I will add them have them added to the plan. That's a good point, because we do provide them, so they should be on the plan.
Yeah, outside of that, it looks great, and thank you for doing such a nice job there.
Thank you.
Rocco, Bob?
Yeah, the only comment I'll make is, I'm just amazed that how the project has gone. I was at the groundbreaking and couldn't perceive of what it would look like, and they've done a great job. And I had the occasion 2 days ago to talk to a woman who just moved here from Northern Virginia, where she had lived for a long time, and she was telling me where she was living, and I said, "Is it Eastdale Village?" She says, "Yeah," and she loved it. And I told her Rossi's is coming. She didn't know what it was, but I said, "You'll love that too." So,
Thanks, Bob.
that's all.
Ahmed?
Hey, I mean, I echo everyone, what everyone said, but would like to kind of emphasize the basin if we go to plantation, like Eric suggested, to keep it open and keep that in mind instead of fencing somehow.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Again, my just to, so I understood the comment to be about screening, not about planting. So I misunderstood the comment. And I would say it's at its absolute worst right now. So yes,
Yeah, you're still in the middle of grading it and everything. So yeah, I'll just echo that to work with Eric and the staff to get something that looks a little nicer there. And especially, I would say around the, you got that whole big riprap area with like 5 big pipes coming into it, and near the dog park. So you want some kind of, well, that might be some kind of screening you want at the dog park side. But
right, sure.
Take a look at all that. I think we covered almost everything I had to say. I did see, when I was over there, walked around for the second Friday. So you're doing that at the Eastdale Green. That was nice. The band plays. The existing band shell's a little too small for the band, but it worked out great. I did see, bike racks that you have between buildings are well used. So you might want to take account if you have enough of them.
Sure.
As you're redoing the whole east side as well. The only other thing I would mention, I was looking at, you're putting the bocce court and there's things in the pool area. It reminded me walking by the pool that some areas some developments have something like a 6-inch deep pool for toddlers, that kind of thing, a little round thing. I don't know if you consider something like that since the little ones can't go in the big pool, or what that entails. But something to food for thought.
Okay.
All right. Nicole?
I move that the planning board find that the Eastdale Village 13 amended site plan and Lot 1E subdivision involve incredible changes to the Eastdale Village project of negligible magnitude and scope, and that are no non-significant and consistent with the previous seeker findings adopted March 15, 2018 and amended September 17, 2020, as modified by the proposed incremental changes described in the Eastdale Village application received April 26, 2021.
Second.
Seconded. Call the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes.
I move that the planning board find the proposed modifications to the area yard bulk provisions of 210-27 are consistent with the goals and objections of the town plan and chapter 210 pertaining to the intent and purposes of the MHC district pursuant to 210-27, and that the planning board grant conditional preliminary and final subdivision approval for the final subdivision plot of the lands of MHTC Development LLC as shown on filed map number 11947B Eastdale Village, subject to the following. Respond to comments of all receiving departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness included of, but not limited to, the following numbers 1 through 11.
Second.
I think we got 2 motions here. So
That's right.
did you read the grant conditional?
No, that was just a subdivision item.
Not yet.
Subdivision D. Oh, D.
Yeah.
Same conditions. Never mind. And did we have a second?
Second.
Thanks.
Bless you.
Call to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Cole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now,
I move that the planning board grant conditional amended site plan approval for the Eastdale Village 13 amended site plan subject to the following. Respond to the comments of all reviewing departments and agencies and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness included but not limited to the following 1 through 11.
Second.
I would specifically include the review of the stormwater pond area with the department. All right. Call to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Cole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Right.
Good luck, Jeff.
Thank you all. You know what, I just want to say, and I appreciate the great comments, and I appreciate the comments even that I don't like. I appreciate that you guys look at this and help us with it. You know, it's yeah, we're at 13 amendments, and I know there will be more. And I just want to, you know, and Eric laughs at me because I'm back again. But I think it's the fact that we are trying to be responsive to both the nature of our commercial tenants and kind of the changes that go on that bring us back. So I really do appreciate your willingness to continue to work through as we really, again, building this thing and trying to adjust from on a very very narrow tolerance basis, but trying to keep the vision. But address the small things. It takes your help for that. So thank you. We do appreciate it.
Sure. A lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts. Yes.
I assumed you're not ready to do architecture on building P yet, or you have some?
I'm not ready. No, not ready yet. We'll get there.
Double check on that.
Yeah, okay.
We'll let you go. All right. Take care.
Thank you. Good night.
It's a village. So to speak. Next up is Verizon Wireless, new antenna at New Hamburg Marina. White's Marina there. Who's on representing Verizon Wireless?
Hi, good evening. I'm on to represent Verizon Wireless. My name is Scott Olson, and I'm an attorney with Young Summer in Albany. We also have a Brian Sarchi from Aerosmith. His video just popped on also, and he's also here to talk about it also. So
Okay, hit a presentation.
I do, and if I may share my screen, I have a little presentation to show you. And just gotta find it here. All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
Right.
For some reason, I am not getting it. Hang on a second. There it is. Sorry about that delay.
That's right. Oh, it's coming up now. Good.
Okay, great. Well, okay, so we'll start at the beginning, obviously. So what we're looking to do here is install this is what we call a small cell facility. It's not your traditional cell tower that I'm sure everybody and your brother have seen. You know, they're typical monopoles and lattice towers that are 80, 90, 100 plus feet. This is a small cell. It's one antenna. We want to put it on the roof of the existing building at the marina along at 15 Point Street. And I'll show you some photographs of what it will look like in a few minutes. Very small antenna. It's about 2 feet tall, maybe a foot wide or so. It'll be pipe mounted. So very, very small overall appearance. We will have about a lease area of 66 square feet, obviously. You can see it there. It'll be at the base of the building. We'll have some equipment there that attaches to the antenna. We'll run a cable up the building, and we're gonna screen that by putting some, to match the same color of the building, so you don't see a black antenna cable, along the building. And again, we'll show you some photographs of that. And we're doing this. This is a small cell, so it's only needed to provide some service to a relatively small area. But we have some serious coverage issues as well as capacity issues. I think this board, maybe within the last year or two, looked at the New Hamburg Fire Department site that you approved, and we've built that. And it's a great addition to our network, but it's not close enough to this area to provide the service that we need. And we have some capacity issues with the other part of our network. This is from our site plans. I don't know if it's how visible it is for everybody. It's just an aerial. Obviously, you can see the marina down here, and here's the large marina building. And the antenna is going to go right kind of where my cursor is. And we are in the new, what are we in? We're in the residential New Hamburg district. And your code does not permit us to put a facility like this here. So we have gone to the Zoning Board of Appeals. They considered a use variance application, and in April, they granted us the use variance application. So based upon that granting, this use as proposed right now would be permissible under the zoning. This is just an elevation view of the existing building. And you can see here, we have some equipment that will be at the side of the building. Again, this is our little 66 square foot area, very small. Antennas, well, the antenna will be up here, be pipe mounted to the side of the building. It's going to stick up about 9 feet higher than the maximum height of the building at the peak. The peak of the building is 39.2 feet, and the antenna top will be 48.2 feet. Cables will run along this little area here, and they're going to put some type of material to basically screen it and to match the side of the building so it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb.
It's a bright blue building, as I recall.
I think it is. It is blue. And I think you'll see the pictures of it shortly. In fact, I'll go to that one next, because this is really, so this is your marina building back here, the blue building. This is looking from the intersection of Main Street and Point Street. And this is just a picture. We don't show the actual antenna yet. The next photo that I show you will be a simulated antenna. You'll see it. I put a little yellow or orange oval around it so that you can see it, because it kind of blends in with the existing utility poles that are, and the masts and the light poles. So that's what it will look like. It's, right there. It's within that orange oval. Again, just for reference, it's, that's without it and that's with it. We have another view also looking from the water or from the docks, and I jumped ahead. So this is the picture without the antenna. The antenna will be right here, and you'll see that in this shot right there. Again, circled or in that little oval that's colored orange. So that will give you a good idea as to what it will look like. The nice thing about this, you do have existing light poles on the facility. You do have masts from the sailboats. Obviously, those will be in the water for part of the year, but for most of the year, they're going to be on dry dock. So, we feel that this blends in pretty well for the area. I have some RF information, if you would like to see it. I think I'll show it. But I just want to point out that as part of the Zoning Board of Appeals review of the use variance application, the ZBA did hire Doug Fishman. He's a radio frequency engineer, and he did review our material. And after one comment letter, he was satisfied that we provided a complete application and justified what we are looking to do. And this is one of the pieces of the puzzle or the justifications for what we're doing. This is an existing coverage map for one of our frequencies. We currently operate actually 4 different frequencies. Yep. And the New Hamburg Marina site, it's relatively centered on this graph. What's important to know here is that orange is bad. Orange is a negative 105 dBm signal strength. That is a very poor signal strength. It does not keep calls, doesn't connect calls. And yellow is the next strongest strength that we measure. It's negative 95. It's okay. It doesn't get in building, but if you're outside or possibly in a car, it will work okay.
All right.
So this is the existing. And what this little site will do, now we have all of this green area that we didn't have before and a lot more yellow area. So again, before, a lot of orange. And now this, it just dumps a ton of green and yellow, which is what the engineer is looking to do basically.
Okay, great. I'm glad you went to, you went through that with the planning board. So I'm not sure we need to see all the rest of those maps.
You got it. And that's, so basically the only thing I would tell you is that we've also provided a radio frequency emissions report that demonstrates that we are in full compliance with the FCC requirements. Mr. Fishman reviewed that and found that to be acceptable. So
I just had a
with
question.
thank you.
The antenna up by the firehouse has 2 antennas on it pointing two different directions. Does this have something similar or one or?
This is, I go back to this because this helps me tell. This actually, so, I said 1 antenna and it's actually, it looks like it's 3 antennas inside 1 container.
Okay, you're getting all covered.
So you do. So just so if you ever look at these maps, if you see 3 lobes on this site, that's 3. This is 2 lobes, so that's 2. And those are the sectors. So this is 3, but it's just in 1, what we call cantenna. So it just looks like it's 1 antenna.
Okay, got it.
You got it.
We go to Eric for department's recommendation.
Sure. Let's see. It's on for, this application is on for public hearing and also for secret determination. You have a resolution for that and for conditioned approval. As Scott noted, the ZBA granted a use variance for this, which would otherwise not be permitted in this zoning district. So we found the application pretty complete and ready for action. The only comments we had, we picked up on a reference from the RF engineer who wrote for the zoning board, where he raised a question about safety for roof work. If the marina needs to do any work on the roof, there's usually signage or warning or something indicating any areas where safety has to be observed at elevations closer to the top of the antenna. And so we've included his comments to be addressed.
Okay.
Other than that, the only other comment we had was the site, the plan view of the area. It's basically only shows the building and the proposed facility and nothing else. There's a 2016 plan on file, which does have some additional information that it should just be on there. The plans usually call for a certified survey to assure that conditions are actually as presented, and this plan doesn't do that. It just says per site visit. I didn't see anything critical in that 2016 plan that would be an issue, but it did show a fire department connection or something on the side of the building, and this should just verify that's not an issue. The 2016 plan also provided some elevations, ground elevations, which may be helpful to you, since the town floodplain administrator indicated a flood permit will be required and raised some questions about elevation of the platform. So you may need some of that information to address his comments. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big boats there too right now on the side of the building, so you gotta make sure nothing, the fire connection and stuff like that's not being blocked. That's important. All right. Don, you have any comments on this?
Nothing that hasn't been covered.
All right.
I'm sorry, I had one quick question. You mentioned the cable on the building was going to be screened. It's just going to be painted, or you're actually going to, the plans show just paint? Is there something more you're proposing?
I'm sorry, Brian, do you know the answer to that? I apologize. It's probably painted. I thought it was going to be perhaps like capped with something, but I think it is just painting. I think Brian's looking to try to unmute himself. Oh, he's running away. Okay. We'll get an answer for you for that.
I don't think it's, I just wanted the board to be aware. I don't think it's critical for my purposes and for review. I don't have any recommendation one way or the other, but I just wanted to clarify for the board.
You know what?
Yeah, I can clarify that. That is actually, it's painted to match on the side of the building. It's noted on C3 of the zoning drawings. So we will paint that to match the blue color of the building. After it rises above the roof, that is your standard steel type.
Yeah, you don't want the dark blue above the roof.
Right.
Yeah. All right, sounds good. This is on for a public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All the rest of your stuff.
Nope. That wasn't a board member. Motion passes 7-0.
All right, if there's anyone who wants to talk, there's raise your hand. I see Stephen Farrell, the raised hand.
Yeah, hi, how you doing? I support the project. I would also like to see Verizon put more towers in the town of Poughkeepsie, closer to Route 9 and the city of Poughkeepsie, because the service there is absolutely terrible. But other than that, I support the project.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Steve.
Anyone else? I'm not seeing a raised hand. If you're on a phone, you can unmute by using *6. We're all set.
All right, don't see anyone else right now, so I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Go around the board for comments. Start with Ahmed.
Where are you going?
I don't have any comments at the moment.
Okay, thanks. Bob?
I'm just curious, how many other areas in the town are you aware of that have, not the greatest reception? Are there other places you're going to be putting up these little towers, or?
Good question. And I wish our RF engineer was here to answer that. I think there are some other areas. I don't think we've identified them yet. The engineer, unfortunately, could not be here tonight. There was a medical emergency in his family. So I told him, please don't come, take care of that issue instead. But if you would like, we could try to get back to you. I can try to give you some information once I can go back to him when things clear up and I can find out what the answer to that question is.
Yeah, I just, like to understand how many of these are going to propagate around the town, or are they just isolated places?
Yeah, right now, and this goes back to Mr. Farrell's question. I just got approved the other night in the city of Poughkeepsie. We have a few sites in and around the city of Poughkeepsie and in the town. I think there's another one in the town plan, but I don't think I have a specific address yet, so I'm not aware of it, but I thought I saw something, but I'll get you some information.
Okay.
There's definitely a few. There will be a few.
All right. That's all I've got.
Bob, Rocco?
Yeah, one comment to Mr. Olson here. I noticed in the chart that this would be supporting the 4G technology. Are you going to have to come back for 5G? And why did you not choose to do 5G at this time? Because,
Okay.
you know, there's a lot, every phone today that's being sold has 5G in it.
No, that's a good question. And the answer to that is while Verizon Wireless is working on 5G in certain areas, they can't just build like one 5G site. When they come into community, they try to come in with a large number of 5G sites because 5G is basically much. I didn't show you the 21 megahertz frequency. That's one of the frequencies we use. That doesn't travel very far. 5G is a much higher frequency, the true 5G, and that travels even less. So putting one site in for 5G would do basically not much for anybody. So they work on community-wide plans. And honestly, they're still trying to roll out some 5G for New York City, some of the bigger areas with bigger populations right now. That's what they're working on.
So that tells me that you'll be back in the near future, because I know in Dutchess County, I can get 5G on my phone in quite a few places. Like you go up, let's say into Rhinebeck, and it's like I have all the bars and it's 5G. And here I'm in the town of Poughkeepsie where I live, and right now I think I'm getting don't even show, but I think it's only 4G and it's only 1 bar or 2 bars. So I mean, you are missing a lot of spots here in the town of Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, and we are, like I said, I just was in the city of Poughkeepsie 2 nights ago. I've gotten city of Poughkeepsie and between the town, we're working on trying to improve it. In terms of the 5G, I don't know what service you have. I know I obviously, well, not obviously, but I do have Verizon service. And I do have a phone that is capable of 5G. And sometimes it says 5G, but I know for a fact it's not 5G because I'm in an area that doesn't have 5G where I live. So I don't know if it's the phone's playing a little game with you or not. I don't know, because if you have Verizon, I don't think you're getting 5G in Rhinebeck, but I could be wrong.
I'm on the Verizon network, and I picked up a new phone a couple of months ago.
Okay, yeah.
And it's 5G capable, so that'd be interesting. So it's kind of like sending out a fake signal that's 5G to make me feel good.
Well, I don't know if that's the phone or not, because I know it's on my phone. I had to try to turn it off. So it might be the phone that's saying to you, yes, you have 5G, but it might be like 4.5G.
That could be too. All right.
There's also a
you will be back. I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's also a 5G wireless, which is different, I believe, from the 5G phone network. So I know we have Verizon and Fios, and they're telling us that our wireless network is 5G, and sometimes my phone will show that, but that's not the same as the Wi-Fi that you're using in your house is not the same as the wireless that the phones would use. If you can confirm, Scott, if I'm right about that, but that's my understanding. So
okay,
that's a good point, and maybe that's why my phone will sometimes say 5G at my home, because we have horrible service here. So, but it says 5G, so maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, the 5G, the frequency doesn't transmit very far, so you need a whole bunch of these small cell antennas to drive you around. So it won't be in rural areas anytime soon, I would think. All right, let's move on to Nicole. Anything?
Are you going to do any signage for this or no? I'm assuming not, but just asking.
There'll be signs, I know, along the ground, the equipment, just, this is a Verizon Wireless operated facility, whatever's required by the FCC. The question that came up about the roof, it's a good question. It's a peaked roof. So I have to find out about that. What we normally do as we get closer towards building is we have another analysis done that tells us whether we, pursuant to FCC, need to have any type of barriers up there. I don't believe we do because of the type of roof it is, but we will have that. Brian, go ahead. You were raising your hand? And you just muted yourself.
Sorry about that. So I can add in that we've actually already had that analysis done. It came back maybe 2-3 weeks ago. There's a small sign that needs to be posted, you know, kind of a little bit below the antenna near the rooftop, just as a caution, that anybody working up there give Verizon NOC, what we call a Network Operations Center, a call before they do any work. But there's no barriers required on the rooftop. There's some, you know, it's a very small sign, you know, basically smaller than 8.5 by 11, half a sheet of paper.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't imagine that there's much call to be on that roof because I don't think it has HVAC or anything up there. But good to be cautious. Let's see, move on to Ben. Anything?
Ben, you're
Oh,
muted.
still muted.
Oh, Ben. All right.
Oh, Ben, you're still on mute. Well, the fun of Zoom.
Yeah.
There we go. I think that's the phrase of the year. You're still on mute.
There you
There
go.
we
Ben.
go.
Hey, sorry about that. I said, it looks like you have good coverage on the water and most boats have marine radios, but a lot of people probably rely on the phones. Does this give a big area of coverage on the water, on the river, and does it connect to any other cells along north, south?
Yeah, I'm just going back to my map, and it does. So certainly the 700 megahertz, you know, provides a pretty good footprint along the river. It goes pretty well. The 21 megahertz, again, because it's a higher frequency, it doesn't travel as far. It's not as an extensive of a footprint as a 700. It still provides service, and it gets, you know, some of the green and yellow color along there. And it does try to connect up with the New Hamburg Fire Department site, especially the 700 megahertz. And there's also a site also further to the, I've got to get my direction straight here, towards Wappinger. We call it the Wappinger State Police. That will connect up with that also to relieve some gaps in service and improve capacity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, Ben. And Peter?
I don't have anything.
All right. I think anything I had on my list has been covered, so we're ready to move on. Nicole.
I move that the planning board, as the only involved agency for an uncoordinated seeker review of the planning board application, hereby determine that the Verizon Wireless New Hamburg Marina Micro 15 Point Street site plan would not have a significant adverse effect on the environment, and that no environmental impact statement will be required for the reasons set forth in the seeker negative declaration for an unlisted action dated May 20th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board determine that the Verizon Wireless New Hamburg Marina Micro 15 Point Street site plan is consistent with the town of Poughkeepsie's approved local waterfront revitalization program.
Second.
Moved and seconded for LWRP. Called to question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for the Verizon Wireless New Hamburg Marina Micro 15 Point Street site plan subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies. Set responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, included of but not limited to the following 1 through 9.
Second.
Moved and seconded for grant conditional. Called the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Sounded like we had an eighth vote in there, but we only got past 7-0. All right, do you have any, from an architectural standpoint, do you have anything to show us what that enclosure is at the base?
Yes, I think I can.
Is that a chain link fence or a
I will
house?
pull up the plans. And that is not what I'm looking for. Okay,
material,
so
I guess what
yeah, it's I'm just looking if I have a better picture. It's definitely a fence, and it should be. I'm just looking to see if it says it on here. Usually they're chain link fences, and like so, this is showing you have the fence posts here on the four corners, and then you have a gate. I'm just looking for
Does it
the
have
label.
slats or something, to shield the view of the equipment?
I don't know if it's proposed to be slatted right now. I don't think it's proposed to be slatted. Brian, do you offhand know if that's the case?
I'm not sure what.
Sheet C3 shows a fenced, shows a.
Sorry about that.
elevation view of the fenced enclosure without slats.
Yeah, let me see that then. That doesn't show it very.
Yeah, it doesn't. It is fenced. It would be right now what's proposed is a chain link fence without slats.
What's the purview of the board? Would you? I mean, what kind of equipment is in there that you're seeing a bunch of little things, or?
Yeah. What right now? All of the.
Or just a big cabinet, or?
It's basically a cabinet. This is, it shows right here. This is about 6-foot cabinet, give or take. This is just part of a canopy and part of the actual H-frame, the steel frame that the equipment will sit on. But it's basically a cabinet, and then you have like a little work light here. But I think it's all contained on a 4x10 platform, so it's relatively small.
What's the purview of the board? Anybody want to chime in on? You want to put slats on it, or leave as is?
I think as is fine.
What's that, Nicole?
I said as is fine.
Okay.
I don't think that you need to put in slats, but that's just my opinion.
It is kind of an industrial area there, but any other board members have comments?
This is Rocco speaking. I think that the staff can take care of this. Maybe they can get some clearer photos on what it'll look like and have them make the determination. I'm okay with that.
Just let us know if you want it to be screened or not.
Yeah, I think, why don't we do that? Why don't you guys show us what it would look like with the slats? We'll take a look at it. We'll run it by Carl. And as long as that's not a problem for any operational standpoint and it looks good, we'll be okay. All right? Is that good, Carl?
We can do that.
Sounds good. I move we accept architecture as presented with the condition that we review with staff and planning board chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Take care. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, another application is T-Mobile at Faith Assembly of God. Who's here representing that project?
This is Chris McDonough from Network Building and Consulting on behalf of T-Mobile.
All right, Chris. And you were here at one point proposing a second tube up there, but I think this is a little bit different. So go ahead and present what you're planning now.
All right, basically, this is the incorporation of Sprint's frequencies into T-Mobile's wireless system for the town of Poughkeepsie. As many of you are aware, Sprint and T-Mobile merged late last year. So Sprint needs, or T-Mobile needs to incorporate these frequencies into this facility. Those frequencies are in the L600 and L2500 range. And as mentioned by one of your board members, this does involve the implementation of 5G in the lower frequency ranges where T-Mobile generally prefers to do them, but the 2500 range will also be involved. Using existing FCC and only FCC licensed frequencies more efficiently. The idea is to remove latency, the time it takes the data to travel through the airwaves and the radio waves, and spectral efficiency, optimizing how that information is packaged on those radio waves. Consequently, they need to expand the number of antennas on the rooftop and replace amplifiers with radios on the rooftop. This will enhance performance, give better service to the community. And because it would create a bigger tripod structure on the rooftop, we're proposing to put a stealth enclosure around the tripod stand that exists to make the architectural line of the building much more smooth and aesthetically attractive. We can go through the photo sims I had submitted to the town when I submitted the application, if you feel that would be helpful. I don't want to waste your time if you've already reviewed the information. So you tell me how you'd like to do that, but I'd be happy to go through the photo simulations of the plans at your discretion.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to go through all those. It's not visible except for on site, basically.
Correct, sir. Correct.
Where else? And if you've checked with the church that owns the building, that they're all right with that visibility.
Yes, sir. We have contacted the management company that handles the lease and has purchased the lease from the church. We will coordinate with the church whenever we get to our NTP process, the notice to proceed. And obviously, we're going to do it with a minimum disruption to the community. And
I just had a question on how high above the roof does that screen go? It's fairly tall.
It's 14.5 feet. It's 14.5 feet cube.
So do we have any issues of a variance of height for?
Our zoning administrator said no.
Okay. Okay with that, then I'll just go to Kristen for additional comments from the.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the applicant for the overview. The project's on for seeker review, site plan review, and architectural review. Based on a review of seeker, this is a type 2 action. There were some minimal comments. I've had a chance to discuss a couple of these comments with the applicant subsequent to this recommendation memo being constructed. But most notably, signage that's proposed. There's no, advertising signage that, T-Mobile is here. It's limited to warnings and, just like an emergency type signage. Yeah. And in most cases, I believe, and we'd have to just confirm and run that by our zoning administrator, but that would likely be exempt from any code requirements. So staff is recommending opening the public hearing, hearing public comment, closing the public hearing, adopting a seeker resolution, adopting a resolution to grant conditional site plan approval, and the planning board conducting architectural review.
All right, thank you. Check with Don if there's any engineering issues.
He's muted.
Don, you're muted.
Oh.
Yeah, I was having coverage issues. We don't have anything significant.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Don. All right, this is on for a public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing for this project.
Second.
The second, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call tonight wish to comment on this application? Raise your hand with Zoom or *6 to unmute your phone. That's what your preference is. Scrolling through the list.
Scrolling through, I don't see anyone with an indication that they want to speak.
All right, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Oh, we had one opposition. That's all right. Motion passes 7-0. All right, let's move on around the board for comments. Peter, anything?
It's pretty straightforward. I don't have any comment.
Ben?
Nothing here, thank you.
Nicole?
Yeah, my only question was whether or not there's going to be any lighting up there.
No.
No, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because I know, if someone had to service it during nighttime, I mean, I'm sure that probably wouldn't happen, but just in case if there's some type of outage, so I was just checking. Great,
There will
thank
be
you.
no fixed lighting there. If there was emergency service required at night, the emergency crew would obviously have flashlights and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Typically, we don't service at night. Not a good idea to be
Okay.
on a rooftop at night.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, Rocco?
Nothing here. I'm good.
Bob?
Nothing for me.
Ahmed?
Nothing to add.
All right. My only question was, what is the material of the enclosure?
It's generally a translucent, heavy-duty film that does not allow light to go through, but allows radio waves to go through. It's a special kind of film. The color of it will be kind of an off-white, kind of blend into the skyline. The specific material we're going to use is going to be chosen by the construction management team. There are various brands. 3M makes some stuff. Our engineers provided some stuff, some spec sheets. Once we get to the specific selection of that materials, that'll be gone through. I believe we also have this as part of a special building permit process that Mr. Sickles had us do the paperwork on, where an engineer will supervise the whole process while
Okay.
it's being constructed.
Okay, that sounds good. It's involved. It was hard to tell from the renderings exactly, but that's good.
Yeah, Chris, this is Kristen. Once that material selection is made, if you wouldn't mind providing us with further detail or a spec on that, that would just be great to have as part of the project record. I know you're going to go through with the building department, but having it in the planning files is also helpful.
I know 3M
Got
makes, I know 3M makes something that's reflective, so it kind of looks like the sky, if it reflects the sky, but on a cloudy day, but yeah.
I'll make a note of that for our construction management team, Kristen, and make sure we get that to you when we get to the NTP process before construction begins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we're good to go then.
I move that the planning board determines that the proposal meets the criteria for seeker type 2 action pursuant to seeker part 617.5 and no further environmental review is required.
Second.
And seconded for seeker. Call the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for T-Mobile 25 Golf Club Lane, subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, inclusive of but not limited to the following 1 through 7.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Aye. We got another eighth in there. Our motion passes 7-0. For architectural review, you've described that material a bit and the color. Anybody have any comments on that from the board? Seeing nobody chiming in, I'll move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called the question. All those by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Good luck.
Well, I thank the board and all the members for their time and their help. And I really would like to thank Ms. Taylor. She's very helpful during this whole process.
Sounds good. Yeah, we got great planning staff here that helps us through all these projects. So
You sure do. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
you too. Friendly Forward is up. Let's see. Who's on from Ford tonight? Rich?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Rich Gordon with JMC. I'm joined tonight by Eric Kahn, the applicant, Steve with Mazzarelli Architects, and Brent with BBL. It's been a little bit since we've been here. Our previous meeting, we had adjourned to this date. In the meantime, we had worked on addressing some of the town staff comments and questions. And we've worked with the town staff to work a little bit regarding the proposition of a sidewalk along of our frontage. We worked extensively with the town staff. We had a meeting with them. We discussed it, and the feasibility of such a sidewalk was determined to be kind of it really didn't work out. There was a couple of things in the way, and there was also a big problem. We had some snow. The things in the way were some fire hydrants, utility poles, signage. There was a little bit of a grade change. So we worked with the town staff, and I believe we came to the resolution that the sidewalk is not feasible. I'd like to go over the plans briefly with you guys, if you don't mind. As I said, since it's been a little bit.
Yep. Sounds fine.
Here we go. Here's our site overview. I'll blow up a little bit to our layout plan. That's kind of the most important. What we are proposing here is we are proposing a 6,800 square foot addition towards the back of the building. This addition is going to be served by existing on-site utilities. The electric is going to be fed through the existing building, telecoms through the existing building, the regular domestic waters through the existing building, and we are adding a fire service to the new building. So we are proposing a new fire service coming in. And since there are floor drains in the new addition to comply with the current building codes, we are having to run those floor drains into an oil water separator and into a sanitary sewer system. As part of this upgrade, what we are doing is we are proposing to construct a small on-site sanitary sewer pump station. Over to this. And what that's going to do is, since we are in the sanitary sewer district, instead of us currently maintaining an underground septic system, we're going to upgrade the site to be connected to a sanitary sewer system that currently exists on the other side of Route 9. We're working with the Dutchess County Department of Health as well as the New York State DOT to address some of their comments. The comments that have been presented to us have been pretty minor. And we feel as though we'll be able to get those addressed in the next the next week or so, and back into them.
Is there an existing way to get under there, or do you have to actually drill under Route 9?
Right now, there's no existing way to get under there. What we're proposing to do is we're proposing to do a directional bore, because we're not allowed to open cut, and open cutting across 7 lanes of traffic would be a complete nightmare. So
that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, so what we are doing is we're proposing a boring pit, and we'll jack a pipe underneath there and connect to the existing sanitary sewer. We've been working closely with the town sewer department as well as with the health department and the DOT to address all their comments and make sure that we can do that to everyone's satisfaction. It should be noted, however, that the construction of this is it's kind of a standalone. Yes, it does work with the rest of the project. However, currently as it exists right now, the septic system on site is not in failure. There's nothing wrong with it. We're not adding any type of additional flows to it. So if the construction of this addition and that are kind of a standalone thing. We're just trying to proceed everything at once and move everything forward at once and mobilize at once and just do this project from start to finish and kind of build something here that's better than what we have today. Receipt of the town's comments, the consultant comments from the engineering as well as the planning board. And we feel as though there's really nothing on here that's a showstopper. We'd be willing to work with the town staff. We spoke with the town consulting engineer, Andy Learn, on Monday. And just there were some questions about the pump station. I think we've got that all straightened out. And we're looking forward to moving forward with that. As I said before, the comments that were posed by the town engineer and the variances that were, oh, I'm sorry, let me go back to that one. Last week, we appeared before the zoning board for the last of the variances. Variance we received for a pylon sign in the front of the building. Oops. Over here, a new pylon sign is being proposed on the building, as well as some area variances. We have a side yard setback we received a variance for, a total lot coverage we received a variance for, as well as parking within a side yard setback, within a residential zone. That being said, we're here tonight. We would like to, we previously opened the public hearing. We'd like to close the public hearing and see what we can do to get this application wrapped up with you guys. Does anybody have any questions?
Thanks. Start with Eric for department's recommendations.
Sure. Let's see, the application previously received a secret determination. So that's done. And as Rich mentioned, the ZBA has approved the various area variances necessary for the site plan to proceed. So staff is recommending that you proceed with the public hearing. And if you close it, then you could consider the first time special use permit and approval and also site plan approval. There will need to be Department of Health and DOT approvals prior to any, as conditions of approval before any signature. The previous comments, we didn't receive written responses to any of the planning comments previously. However, we did review the plans and update our previous comments. Some of them were resolved, some of them were not. I think most could be conditions of approval. The board might want to take a look at our comments number 2, 4, 5, and 6. Number 2 is just for the record. The adjacent site was deemed not relevant if it was only used for storage in the application. We didn't receive any response to that, so that should be resolved before the board takes action. We think we know the answer. We think it's only storage, but we need to hear that from the applicant. The 30-foot, the sidewalk, as Rich suggested, there was discussion, and it does seem to be, I think anything is feasible with enough money, but it's certainly not practical.
Yeah.
Based on the discussion. Last time around, the board focused, given a discussion of buffers and the sidewalk, the board just focused on the sidewalk. So the board should weigh in on whether or not it wants to pursue buffers, which were a previous comment. We didn't receive a response, but on the north and the rear boundaries, there doesn't seem to be any need or reason for it. Along Route 9, the board has required it in some other applications. The applicant is currently making display parking use of that area. It would be a significant change to the plans to change that to a buffer, which does seem to be out of scale with this proposal, given the limited modifications to the site. But the board should weigh in on that. And then on the vehicle deliveries, we don't know. I think the applicant indicated last time how the carrier trucks come in the south curb cut and exit by the north curb cut. I think that's, those were pretty much our major things. The board was interested in the sign last time. The ZBA approved a reduced height, which does require a slight variance of 20 feet, 9.25 inches where 20 feet is permitted. That's what the ZBA has already done. I think that's most of our comments. And I'll leave anything else to engineering.
All right, thanks, Eric. Yep, move on to Don for, sounds like there's that sewer issue, but anything else as well? Still out there, Don? Oh,
Lost him.
oh, is that Verizon coverage?
Bring T-Mobile back.
All right, I know there's definitely some engineering issues that he's agreed. He's listed in the memo here,
Yeah,
so Andy's
the engineering issues that we received from Andy on the meeting, we have no problem moving forward with those and getting those resolved. You know, it appears that there's a little bit of a discussion about the light. There's one of the lights that we're going to have to tweak so that way we can make sure that we maintain, number one, that it's less than 3,000 Kelvin. And the next thing that we want to do is we want to adjust the light a little bit so that way it doesn't go over the property line at all.
yeah,
That's
the cutoffs or whatever to make sure it's.
Yes, we're going to make sure, we will make sure that, and we can get that, probably a revised lighting plan to Andy and Don to look at this week. Other than that, I mean, his comments really didn't appear to be much of anything. Eric, I apologize for not bringing to saying anything about the application previously about the storage. I thought we already discussed it and I didn't necessarily know that you were looking for a written response on that one. Once again, I apologize. I'll confirm that that lot is going to be used for the storage of vehicles. Hence, we're not going to need an additional site plan permit for that. I apologize for the right in and right out curb, the comment regarding the truck turning on the deliveries, Eric. I misunderstood your comment and I addressed it the wrong way. So I'll make sure that gets squared away to you, and we'll get those plans back to you guys. As I said before, I really don't think that any of these issues, these are very technical in nature, and I feel as though we'll be able to resolve them in very short order with the town staff.
All right, this is ready for a public hearing. So
I do see Don is on, I believe.
Don, are you back?
Yep, I'm back. I think the only thing we have when I think we're going to try to avoid it, but if you haven't talked about it, the health department is asking the town to consider taking the pump station over so that we could serve additional people on that side. But you know, it's going to be quite a ways for anybody to get to. I don't know if anybody's going to be interested in the way these things have progressed in the past. It's not usually very helpful, but I think we've agreed to meet and have a discussion, but I don't know if it's going to go anywhere.
Well, I spoke with Andy on Monday about this, and basically it doesn't feel as though it would be a good idea. I understand on paper it sounds like a good idea, but first and foremost, we would have to design this pump station to accommodate any type of flows from any future development. Now, any future development in the vicinity of our site is up in the air. We don't even know what we would have to develop it for. Number two, you know, that basically it's a blank check, so to speak. We're you know, you don't know where it's going to end. How big of a pump station do you need? The next thing is, now you're talking about a public pump station. Does this town really want to take over, have the responsibility of another pump station to handle when they, you know, right now they don't? There's a generator that would be required. There's easements that would need to be granted. It's just, I understand the health department's concerns, and I feel fairly certain between the conversations that Andy and I had, we'll be able to appease them and make them understand and see. It's very difficult for anybody to be expected to design a pump station when you have no idea what kind of flows can be anticipated. Right. Especially seeing our flows for this site are so small. If we were to design the pump station for a larger application for thousands of gallons a day, we're only going to be using 400 gallons a day. our pumps would never run. There would have to be significant upgrades that would have to be required in the future. They're
Well,
just,
we're all for convincing the town, not to take this. So as long as we can make it go that way, I just wanted the board to be aware that's where we were headed.
Yeah, that sounds appropriate because that we don't know what future development's going to be to the north of you there or even to the south. So they'll have to deal with that at that time. All right. Thanks, Don.
Thanks.
It's for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call tonight wish to comment on Friendly Ford application? Raise your hand with Zoom or *6 to unmute your phone.
Not seeing any indication of anyone trying to speak.
All right. Last scroll through. All right. I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Go around the board for comments. Start with Nicole.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Ben?
No, I think everything that Eric brought up was addressed by the applicant, so I don't have anything.
Peter? Anything, Peter? Peter, do you have any comments on this? Not sure. It's
Peter?
Me?
Yes.
I have a question for Eric. On the planning comments dated May 12th. Out of 11 comments, we have 9 cited for no applicant response. Now it's dated a week ago. Where do we stand today in terms of the applicant responses?
Any updates? I updated the comments to reflect what I saw in the plans. And in some cases, the information was provided in the plan, and I updated my comment accordingly. And then what you heard tonight.
All right, so you feel comfortable based on the information that you received, you feel comfortable moving forward?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Let's just clarify before I finish. I mean, Peter brought up a good point. Clarify before you said the vehicle storage will be out, and board members should also weigh in if they have any issues with waiving the 30-foot setback for landscape buffers, because there really is not a lot of area in this site. And what was the other one?
Those are the two main ones.
Yeah, that was the main one.
I think we also want to just point out that when that we need these responses in writing when you submit your final plan set, Rich. So,
understood.
thank you.
And we discussed the sidewalk as well.
Right.
So, all right, I think that covers it. So let's move on. Rocco, do you have anything?
Nothing here. Thank you.
Bob?
Nothing from me.
Med?
Nothing from me.
All right. I think we discussed most everything. The lighting was mentioned to make sure that's brought into code. I mean, as we discussed, I would like to certainly see a sidewalk there because I see people walking on Route 9, but unfortunately, you guys lost a lot of land when they widened Route 9 there. And there's really not, as we discussed, it's just too tight to fit it in. The only other thing I'd mention, there's some potholes on your site as well. I don't know if you're going to be repaving, but you might want to fix that up as you're
Absolutely.
doing this project. Unless that's part of the way to get cars in for repair. All right.
Running alignment work.
Ready to move on with some motion?
I move that the planning board grant conditional amended special use permit approval and conditional amended site plan review approval, subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, included but not limited to the following 1 through 12.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. And do you have anything to present for architecture of your?
Steve, are you here? Okay. I do have renderings on the building.
Throw something up quick.
Yep, let me pull them up. Stand by.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Steve.
Yes, Steve from Mazzarelli Architecture and Planning.
Excellent, sir.
Okay. So what I did not hear the comment, just I'm on the phone and I didn't hear everything that was asked. So if we could just go over what you're looking for from me.
We're going to be
present architecture.
Building,
Okay.
building elevations. And
Okay, so you have the renderings in front of you. That's going to be.
I'm going to have the rendering up in 2 seconds, and it's going to be the rendering of the site facing from the. I'll start with from the south facing north.
From the south facing north. Okay, so you see our addition in the back.
Yes.
We have a small sign that's going on the building.
Time out.
And
Sorry, that sign is no longer going on the building. We did not get the ZBA approval for that sign. So that sign has been stricken from the application.
One less.
Okay.
One less sign.
So we have our addition with a couple of windows and a door to get in. It is a insulated metal panel. The color is going to be similar to the Ford colors there now. And that, again, it's a tall building. Per se, not much, not higher than any requirements allowed, but in order to service these trucks, they need a higher roof, higher ceiling inside. And that's what this thing is designed for. It's pretty much just a shop.
All right. And yeah, is that roof pitched a little bit, or just how's that?
That roof, no, it is pitched. It's definitely pitched. It's I want to say a 1/2 on 12 roof pitch, and it pitches to a gutter. And then that roof is taken care of, through some leaders to some drains on the ground.
And you have just the garage door bays on the other side there, on the east side.
Correct. If you were to look at the west elevation, there's just, I think there's 7 overhead doors there, some bollards.
Yeah, we have seen that at a previous meeting now that you mentioned it.
Yes, yes.
Anyone on any board members have any comments on the architecture? Any questions? Say colors and to match. All right, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in, let me go roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Perfect.
Thank you all.
Great.
Have a-
Thank you.
Right. Good luck,
Thank you,
Eric.
everybody. Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Next up is Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. Who's on to represent that tonight?
Good evening, Michael Berta, architect for the applicant.
Hey, Michael.
How's the weather where you are, Michael?
Wish I was there. That's my favorite beach in St. Martin. So,
Nice to have a favorite beach.
yeah, I haven't seen it in a few years though.
Yeah, they had that hurricane came through a few years ago and wiped out a lot.
Yeah, it's been rough since then.
All right.
So we have a submission for the conversion of the Department of Corrections, former market into Department of Corrections on one side. And we do have now a tenant for the other side, which will be Family Services.
Good.
They are a counseling center, a care center. I have their website. If you like, I could open it up for you. They're a similar healthcare community outreach type program. So they'll be taking the other side. So there will be the two tenants in the building. I have had, since I submitted this application, I've had a number of conversations with Eric about some changes to be made. And I'm going to be working with him on them to address a lot of the comments. One of the major comments will be is I've now created an access from Manchester through the parking lot into the building. Do you have some comments on the lighting? The lighting consultant is updating those right now to meet the criteria, the 1 foot candle that has been requested. We're going to down the light size to the 3000 Kelvin. In order to accommodate a couple of these, we will be adding a pole in the back so
Are
that
you
we don't.
replacing some of those poles because they're in pretty rough shape at some of them? Is that?
Yep, we will. One of the poles, if I may, let me share my screen for a second.
Yep.
And I could point it out to you.
Also, Mike, if you could just speak up a little, it's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah, not a problem.
Actually, it's just a little garbled, so maybe closer to your microphone.
No, I turned the AC off in my room. So, and if you have to forgive me, my voice is a little hoarse tonight. Allergy season.
That's probably it.
So we have we're adding a light pole back into this area here in order to minimize some of the overflow, and so we can change what we had here so it's not shining towards the property line. We're going to be shining it away from it.
Okay, good.
And Eric and I spoke about I've relocated this. I will be relocating this light here further to the east to allow this entranceway to open better. And we are changing all the fixtures from what they are now to LED.
Okay.
So that should hopefully accommodate the lighting issues.
All right.
So we are working on a new plan for that. We just unfortunately I do not have it tonight for the meeting.
Mike, when you say they're changing the LED, do you mean you're changing the fixture, the fixtures
yes.
to LED, or you're also replacing the poles?
We're going to try and reuse the poles if we can, but I did see a comment. I was going to talk to you tomorrow about it, about looking to. It looks like you'd like us to lower the height of the poles from the 25 feet down to a more of a manageable height.
Right.
If you're able to do that and get, sufficient light illumination on the site for safety, then that would be preferred
We, the consultant is doing it two ways right now. She's doing it that way as well as lowering them down to, I believe she said 15 feet.
Yeah, take a look at that. I mean, some of those poles are pretty rusty and dented
Yeah,
and
exactly.
whatnot, so.
So some of the other circulation comments we're working on, if I may, let me change what I'm sharing here. And I will show you, if you don't mind, I will show you what I'm going to be submitting on the next go round. And this I think might help. And you can see what I'm talking about this will be what the new layout will, we're going to go over with Eric. But you can see that I've accommodated a pedestrian walkway here to come into the property, as well as this island has been increased and moved over so that the flow coming in here is a little bit more, it opens a lot up a little bit nicer. And some of the other comments, we've opened up the aisles to 26 feet and reduced it. And as you see over here, the some of the fire department comments. We removed these spaces here, as well as the space that was here. And then the secured area got brought in. So now we have, it's 27 feet from here to here to accommodate a little better circulation.
Where's the
So we have
trash?
a couple other comments that we have to still address, I believe. The access point at Tallerty, as well as the engineer he's doing drainage studies right now, so we should have them. Unfortunately, he's a little swamped, so we didn't get him in time for the submission.
Okay, it sounds like you've made a lot of progress. We go to Eric for department's recommendation.
So the application is on, since the last meeting, the application is now on for a new public hearing, or I'm sorry, it's for a continued public hearing. And if the board's inclined to, we're recommending you close it and consider a conditioned site plan approval. It's a type 2 action, so no seeker determination is necessary. And we had noted a county planning referral was needed, and we did receive that yesterday, and that was forwarded to the board. It was a local concern. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No,
that's incorrect. They had a couple of comments, including the request for the pedestrian connection, and for changes to lighting, which I think the applicant just addressed.
Yep.
We are, and then I think Mike addressed the key points that I had raised in my review. They're providing the pedestrian connection we'd requested. He showed tonight. We'll have to review it, but it looks like that reconfigured island near the front will make the aisles and the flow better, and the wider 26-foot aisles. That'll work a lot better for site layout and for fire access. So with that, I think, you know, we're on the lighting. Happy to work with you on lower lighting poles and lighting for the site. And with that, if the board's inclined to we'd recommend a conditioned approval.
All right, thanks, Eric. They've gone back and done a lot. So we ask if Don has any issues.
We have a number of things, but probably the only one that's really of any consequence is waiting on the drainage study that they're working on, but it's not SWIP, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, they're not disturbing you a huge amount.
Nope.
All right, thanks, Don. This is on for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No, so motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call tonight wish to comment on the Department of Corrections application? Raise your hand on the Zoom chat.
I don't think there's anyone on the phone other than Don, so he knows how to do it.
Seeing none, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, let's go around the board for comments. Start with Rocco this time.
No comment here. Thank you.
Bob?
Likewise, no comment for me.
Ahmed? Any comments, Ahmed?
Muted.
No comments from me.
All right. Peter?
I'm good. I'm glad to see they're making some nice improvements to that site.
Ben?
No comment.
Nicole?
Yeah, so quickly, were you just going to be striping, or are you going to be paving and striping?
I believe we're going to be sealing and striping.
Sealing and striping, okay. And I just want to reiterate what the water department had stated in their comments, that your backflow prevention is due. I don't know if you saw that comment or not.
Yeah, we were going to, when we got the permit for the interior work, we were going to apply for the same permit at the same time. For that.
Okay, and then just one more quick thing. Were you going to be doing any type of pedestrian connection from the building to Manchester Road, or you're not going to be doing that?
Let me show you right now. We are going to be doing it. Let me share this.
You're going to be
again.
doing it. Okay.
Let
Yeah,
me
the
just-
rendering, he showed it right kind of in the middle there in the rendering.
If I recall.
Can you see the screen, Nicole?
Yep, there we go.
My
Yeah.
screen? We're
Okay.
providing an access here, straight down through to the building.
Okay. All right. Great.
So we will be
Thank you.
providing that now. The other thing I didn't mention is these dots here will be bollards. And so we will be lighting up the access as well.
Okay. Yep. Oh, good. Thank you.
Perfect. Is there a sign anywhere? Sign on?
There's a sign on the building.
There is.
There's a sign on the building, it's not in the front.
Right. Yeah, is there any signs along the street front?
No,
I didn't think so.
these aren't, they're not looking for, everybody that knows that's going to them knows where they are.
Yep. Let's see. Who didn't I get yet? Ben? Oh, no, I got everybody.
Not me.
And that Nicole was last. Okay. And my self comments, I think you've covered everything that I was concerned about, the sidewalk connection, the lighting, you're repairing that fence. You've added landscaping along the Manchester there, and even in the parking, some landscaping, so looking good.
Thank you.
Ready for motion?
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision, AKA 20 Manchester LLC, site plan subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness included but not limited to the following 1 through 11.
Second.
Then seconded, grant conditional, called the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole? Nope. Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Hey,
Ahmed?
Aye.
Self, aye, motion passes 7-0. All right, next, the only thing we gotta look at is architecture. Do you have that view you could share of the front of the building again?
Sure. Yep, 1 sec.
It's all redone.
Basically what we are, give me a second, my computer's not acting. Adobe is not acting right now. There we go, let me share it now again. What we are doing is on the left side of the building, there we go. The right side from this point over, the windows have already been replaced. So from this point over, we're going to be replacing the windows. And we do need, for access points and egress, we do need to add a couple of doors. So we'll be adding them in. The brick that's there will be staying, it'll be cleaned and repointed. They just put on a new metal roof. And we'll be updating and cleaning up the stucco or adding stucco and taking, I'm sorry. We're gonna be adding a little stucco panels on either side here and getting rid of that wood paneling that somebody thought was a good idea to put on the building. Other than that, the building is staying the same for the front. Now, on the side, on the east side elevation, you'll see that the windows that are there now, we are removing them and we're adding some new windows in. And the walkway that's here, that we're adding in this walkway in so that we can gain access. Because of the use of the corrections, they basically have 3 different divisions inside the same building, and different people need to access different areas. So this is almost an employee entrance. This is an exit when you're coming out of somebody that's just been supervised, or somebody that needs to be taken out into back to Dutchess County Jail. And then this door here is the existing main entrance door. But this is a ramp that we will be adding. There is a brick steps here that we'll be taking out. And the fire department connection is existing right in this area here. And we have a gas connection that I'm not showing right in here. So, and we're getting
What's that material?
I'm sorry?
You're cladding something over the brick there then?
No, the brick is staying as is.
Okay, that's what that's depicting.
Yep. Yeah, and then we have just a railing here on the walkway. And then we will be adding two flat roof canopies that will be suspended from the building over the doors, just for protection. They'll be painted to the similar color as the existing awning in the front.
All right.
Now, at some point, I will provide the west and the rear elevation once I know what Family Services is doing. They have just retained an architect. They're using a different architect. I don't know why, but they are, to do their portion of the building. So once I know what they're doing, I'll prepare those elevations, and we'll get them in for planning review.
They expected to keep
just window changes, and probably the handicap ramps will either be relocated or rebuilt.
They expecting to keep the brick look as well on the
Absolutely.
on that side.
Yeah. And that side and the rear are shielded from existing vegetation from anybody being able to see them.
Yeah. All right. That being the case, anyone have any comments on architecture? Board members? Seeing nobody's chiming in there, I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
Seconded, called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. You get those additional drawings to the department as part of the conditions.
Yep. As soon as I have them, I will get them in.
The east side or the west side of the building.
Yep.
He's going to have training services.
So he's going to provide those.
Going to provide those to you. All right. Sounds good. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the help. And Eric, thank you very much. And I did email the site plan I showed today to you tonight.
Good to see it all reused and improved.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
You too. All right, next up is Camelot Village Mobile Home Park. Chief Road there. Who's on representing? Bill, I see.
This is Bill Polval, engineer for the applicant.
How's it going, Bill?
Good, how are you?
All right. Looks like you're modifying. Want to explain the
Yep.
the change?
I'm going to try and share my screen here. Yeah, we're here tonight. As the board is aware, Camelot Mobile Home Park received a site plan approval for 2 storage buildings, which would provide storage for the residents within Camelot Mobile Home Park on Chief Road. The actual site work had started as far as the grading in order to bring all the fill in that was needed to build out this site in accordance with the approved plan.
Yep.
At such time, the owner was in the process of ordering the 2 buildings. The original site plan had 2 3,600 square foot buildings, and that allowed for garage doors around the perimeter, as well as a central hallway, a single hallway internally within the building to access storage units inside. And then after working with the manufacturer, who's has expertise in these types of buildings and what is desirable, they suggested that we fill in between the 2 buildings and just make it 1 building, which would provide more internal spaces. And that allowed for a better distribution of sized units. So with that in mind, we applied for the amended site plan application in order to take the 2 buildings and just make them 1 and eliminate that aisleway between the two buildings. That's what you see hatched. Now, that was originally paved, a paved alleyway. So now there would be one building, instead of each building having a single door with a center hallway. This combined building would have 3 doors and 3 center hallways. And again, that was to make the building more appropriate for what apparently is desirable with this type of storage. So with that in mind, we kept the building footprint exactly in the area that was originally approved. The 2 dashed lines boxes are the 2 buildings that were approved. And again, the dashed area in the middle would be the area where that would be filled in with this new building. There would be no change as proposed with this plan to the access aisles. The stormwater management would not change because there would be no change to impervious area. All the drainage patterns would continue in a similar manner as the previous plan. All landscaping would continue. Again, none of that's changed. The only thing that would be changed is what I marked up in red here. As far as lighting, it will be wall pack lighting with the shielding facing straight down. It's low level lighting. And that also is consistent with the lighting that was originally approved on the plan.
All right, sounds good.
I do have one other drawing. I know there was, from what I understand, there was some questions on the direction of the building. And
Yeah, you could just point out on the drawing right there, which direction the garage doors are facing versus the 3 doors.
all right, so this drawing that I have on the plan is facing the same direction. Sheep Road is to the bottom.
Yep.
Um,
So what is facing Sheaf Road? The 3 doors?
The 3 doors are facing Sheep Road, and then the garage doors are facing east and west. When I think of that road, I think of that as north and south, but it's actually east and west.
It kind of goes, yeah, not true north. So
right. So
that's why it confused us, I think.
Right, and I think, and with these garage doors on these elevations, that's also consistent with the previous plan.
All right, sounds good. You go to Kristen for department's comments.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bill, for the overview. The application's on for seeker review, coastal consistency review, amended site plan review, and architectural review. I know that there were a couple of comments again about the layout. I don't know, Bill, if you did have an internal layout for the building just yet, or if there was something you could show the board just to help them understand internal access from the outside.
That's the drawing that I just showed.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought you might have been trying to pull up something else. We kept seeing this first drawing you pulled up. Sometimes you have to X out and then pull up a new PDF.
But I think he explained that,
Yeah.
the 3 doors lead to 3 aisles with storage units on each side of the aisle, I would say.
Yeah. So anyway, we
there it is.
after
Yeah.
the board it didn't show before. So thank you for pulling that together since we spoke earlier this week. So there was some concern about that. There are some outstanding comments. I know that Bill has already touched on a few of them. I know the building department had several comments, but largely we think that the outstanding comments could be rectified as part of a conditional approval this evening. So staff is recommending the application. Well, it's firstly on for public hearing. So opening the public hearing, listening to any public comment, closing the public hearing, adopting a seeker negative declaration resolution. It was updated with this information just to make sure that that document was current. Provide a determination for waterfront consistency. It does fall within the LWRP WRA, and adopt a resolution to grant conditional site plan approval, and then of course conduct architectural review.
All right, thanks, Kristen. And thanks for that overview. That shows, the small, medium, and large storage units on the outside. So That's the good variety. Is Don, do you have any issues with the way they're grading and doing the drainage?
Nothing at all, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sounds good. Don, I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call tonight wish to comment on Camelot Village application? Just scroll through the
Yeah,
Zoom
I'll
chat
scroll
here.
through, and actually, Bill, if you could stop your share for now too, that would help in case anyone wants to
If anybody's
flag
out
us
there
down,
raising
you
their
know.
hand.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing
Not
anybody.
seeing anyone. I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Let's go around the board for comments. Is our repeater this time?
It's a deja vu all over again. It's fine.
Ben?
Did I miss it, or did we ask for it in writing that this is for residents only?
We should make sure that's.
Yeah, it was
in writing.
confirmed. I had a conversation with the applicant. It was confirmed that this is for the park residents only.
Okay.
We could ask maybe, Bill, if you want to just document that on the site plan sheet, if it isn't already, I forget.
I believe it's on there, but I will double check that, and if it's not, I'll add it.
Sounds good.
Nothing else.
Thanks, Ben. Nicole?
I don't know if I missed it, but do we have a color for what the building's gonna look like?
I do have the elevations that were submitted. Want me to pull them up now?
Yeah, if you can do that.
And we'll do architecture review also, but we can take a look and get that done out of the way.
I'm not very good at this.
In the meantime, did you have any comments, Rocco?
I was only curious with the enclosure of that center concrete area. What's the total square footage? Yeah, you're going from 7,200 to about what?
The 900, we're adding 2250, so it
Okay.
comes out to 9450.
Okay, thank you.
And then this is the elevation. It's the exact same type of building that we proposed with the two buildings.
Bill, we're not
Still not
seeing
showing
it.
on the screen.
Um,
Do the share.
yeah, let's try this again.
Did you hit share screen at the bottom?
Yep, I hit the share screen, but it's for some reason.
Is it basically the elevation that we have in our package with the green doors?
Yeah, and it's the white siding and the silver roof.
So it's bright white. Green doors.
I know the board had a concern about the view of it from Chief Road, so I don't know if there's something that might be proposed that could be
Oh, there we go. You
a
got it
more
up there
neutral
now.
color.
Yeah, we have flexibility with colors. I do want to point out, because this storage is only for residents, we did propose a lot of trees along Chief Road to provide screening, being that, you know, that there would be no visibility that's necessary. So that also adds to the look from the road. But yes, we are open to modifying the colors.
Maybe something more natural, like that would blend
Yeah.
in with the tree or
Right,
landscape. I don't know.
The bright white might be a little much. We'll have to, well, everybody, as we go around the board, you guys can comment and think about that. But something more neutral color would be.
Should I keep this up for now or stop sharing it?
Some kind of tan color. You can keep it up for a minute. Bob, do you have any comments? You may
Might
be
be
muted.
muted, yeah.
If you're talking, you're muted.
He is muted. Actually, I can see that.
Bob, you're muted.
All right.
Oh, there you go. Did you have any comments, Bob?
No, nothing new.
And Nicole, did you have anything else? You were asking about the architecture, but
No, I didn't, I guess I missed that, the coloring there. But yeah, I think something more natural would probably be good, especially if it's facing the road. So I don't know what everyone else thinks, but
yeah, I'm thinking maybe a tan or something or beige. I don't know.
yeah,
We can propose a tan or beige.
okay.
Something that doesn't stand out so bright. Ahmed, any comments?
No, but I agree. I mean, something natural color would be good to have to blend.
All right. And yeah, that's basically what I had as a comment as well. You answered my orientation. The garage, you know, what's facing Sheaf Road is the top picture there, the 3 doors and the vertical slats. It's just so I think we're good with ready to do some motions.
I move that the planning board hereby determine that the Camelot Village Mobile Home Park amended site plan 2 would not have a significant adverse impact on the environment and that no environmental impact statement will be required for the reasons set forth in seeker negative declaration for an unlisted action dated May 20th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Self, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board determine that the Camelot Village Mobile Home Park amended site plan 2 is consistent with the town of Poughkeepsie's approved local waterfront revitalization program.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded for LWRP. Called the question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional site plan approval for the Camelot Village Mobile Home Park amended site plan 2, subject to the following. Respond to the comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness inclusive of, but not limited to the following 1 through 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant conditional. Called the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. And from an architectural standpoint, we've looked at this. I think everybody's in agreement to try to look for a more beige color of some sort.
So do you want that to be,
So we can do a conditional,
yeah, conditional and have you
have
take a
staff
look?
and myself take a look.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know if the bright green doors have other potential color palettes as well, but
Yeah,
we'll take a look at it with the staff and myself. So I move we accept architecture as presented with the condition that you review a more beige color with staff and chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole? Nicole? You're muted, I guess.
Nicole, you're muted.
Nicole.
Nicole, you're still muted.
I'm sorry, what?
We're taking a roll call vote. You're
Oh, aye, I'm sorry, yes.
You might have said it, but then we didn't hear you. Rocco,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Ahmed,
Aye.
myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. All right, good to go, Bill.
All right, thank you and have a good night.
You too. Next up is Neptune Road, Clancy Moving.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael LaCourie. I'm the attorney for Clancy Moving Systems. Here tonight with Peter Sander from Renia Engineering, Anthony DiBenedetto from Clancy, as well as John Clancy.
All right. Thanks for hanging on there. We had a lot of items tonight. So, you want to do a
Sure.
presentation quick on what you're planning to do?
Yep, I'll be concise, and I'm going to share my screen just to do an overview. Okay, bear with me here. Okay, we're looking at the Dutchess County GIS aerial of 8 Neptune Road. This is a approximately 53,000 square foot warehouse that was constructed in 1967, has been used as a warehouse all the way up until about March or April of 2019, when a portion of it was converted to retail use for Habitat for Humanity. Yep. Clancy is proposing to resume the warehouse use for the entirety of the warehouse. That prior change in use has triggered the requirement for a special permit for the resumption of the use in the entirety of the building. We are proposing a fairly low intense use. We are looking at having 5 employees at the building per day, approximately 10 to 15 trucks per day. We operate Monday through Friday, 7 to 5, Saturdays from 8 to 12, and no business hours on Sunday. This is a private warehouse facility. It's not open to the public. It'll be operated by Clancy. We are proposing some updates and upgrades to the site. I'm going to just switch over to the pictures of the existing site. This is the east side. This is what's parallel with Route 9. When you pull in the driveway, this is exactly what you're looking at when you come in from Neptune Road. Again, the east side of the building. This is the west side of the building. This is what faces the school at the end of East Ricky Lane. And this is the south side of the building, which is when you come in from the parking lot and hook a left. This is, again, the south side and what you would see on that part of the building. The proposal that we have is, these are our architectural, our elevations. What we're looking to do is to, we're going to reopen some of the prior bay doors so that we have a total of 6 on the east side. We are proposing to paint 3 sides of the building, the south side and the west side and the north side. This is a rendering of the color paint. And back to the site plan, as you come in from Neptune Road, we're proposing to remove some parking spaces, repave, which is the shaded gray area, the light gray area that you see on the site plan. Install a dumpster and a dumpster enclosure, which is if you're heading south to north, right after the second truck loading space. I don't know if you could see my cursor. I'm hovering over that. Yep. We are proposing to remove the AC units that are on the ground. And let me go back to the picture. We have a picture of what those look like. Get there in a second.
Yeah, that first picture you showed had them, I think.
Yeah, it did. Sorry, I'm not used to sharing my screen. It's usually the engineers that do it, but I volunteered to contribute.
Here they are.
You got one
Yeah.
of them. Got one of them. in the picture.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's both of them. So we'll be removing those, reusing the bay door. But from a, from a architectural perspective, or at least visual perspective, we think we're making really good improvements to a very large old building that could use some dressing up, particularly with a very low intense use in a commercial area. And again, a building that's been used as a warehouse for over 50 years. We're proposing.
So you don't need that HVAC? I was just quick questioning that. And
Yeah, so we don't need the HVAC, and as a matter of fact, we're going to be removing, I believe, about 8 of the rooftop units, and we'll be doing the HVAC on the inside, and it won't require those big floor-mounted units or the roof units over what you see as tenant space A on the plans. And again, this is a single tenant use, so we obviously have the comments from the town. We'll be noting, making the appropriate revisions, removing the tenant spaces. We'll be correcting the handicap parking aisle width. As a matter of fact, we have much more handicap parking than what is required under the code. Frankly, I believe we only need 4 spaces, and we could locate them on the south side. Just where they are, we could, obviously remove the old striping, install new striping, but certainly we could achieve the compliance that's required. We propose a lighting plan as well. This is page 2 of our site plan, which shows our lighting plan. We achieved the lumen watt coverage not to exceed the site at the edges. We see, obviously, there was a comment about the north side of the building. It looks like we spill over just a little bit, and certainly we could, tone down the wattage on the lights on that side. As far as the existing building goes, or the site, as far as landscaping, there's pretty significant vegetation that exists on the 3 sides of the property, and some topography that goes along with it on the south side. The topography rises up pretty steeply at the end of the parking spaces, and that's a wooded area already. So we're not proposing to really do anything in that regard, but we think what we propose is a good upgrade to a property that is surrounded on at least half the sides by commercial, and what looks like minimal residential around us. And that's our proposal.
all right, thanks for your presentation. Let's start with Kristen for her overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the applicant and the whole team for your presentation. The application is on for seeker review, special use permit review, site plan review, and architectural review. Also, of course, public hearing. As the applicant indicated, there is quite a bit of work going on at the site to clean it up and occupy this space and bring some life into it. The only item I wanted to point out was about the vegetation. There was no proposal for landscaping as part of this application, but of course that is board's discretion. It's not necessarily a requirement, so I would leave that to you, Mr. Chairman, and the board to discuss. Largely the comments that are outstanding, staff feels could be handled as a matter of conditions of approval and cleaned up and worked amongst town staff rather than have the applicant appear back before the board. We know that they're anxious to get into the building, and we'd be happy to work with them to clean up the plans and bring them to the level that we're hoping for. So staff is recommending opening the public hearing, hearing public comment, closing the public hearing, adopting a seeker resolution, adopting a resolution to grant conditional special use permit review or approval, and conditional site plan approval, and of course, conducting architectural review. And thank you for providing the elevations. I know there was some question about that early on, but I do think it does it justice and allows the board to see what you're, just what you're looking to put into the building.
We I just have to say we did our best to get as much information to the town as soon as possible. We have a proposed closing date on the acquisition for June 1st, which is contingent upon receipt of conditional approval. And we'll continue to be as responsive as possible to address whatever's outstanding, from tonight forward.
All right, thanks. Yeah, it looks good. It looks like you're keeping the truck traffic to just the east side of the building, right?
That's right.
All right. Let's check with Don if there's anything from an engineering standpoint here.
We had a few comments, but I just wanted a clarification. The application says initially the materials will be stored for IBM. So is there going to be like an intense use right up front, and then it's going to slack back and go, on a weekly basis, like kind of like normal, or do you expect, everything to be pretty much standard all the time?
Mike, if you'd like, I could join in on that, Mike.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody, for letting us attend this meeting this evening. There would be a little bit of an initial load up. I wouldn't call it, it'll be more than normal, but I wouldn't call it a overly intense load up period. We can really control that. We can control the flow of that. We can control the hours of operation with that. We currently store a lot of items for our client in other facilities in Dutchess County. We have a facility over in Holmes, New York. So some of the materials will be coming from our own warehouses, and they have several other warehouses that's potentially some product coming from as well. So overall, I would say the load up time it will absolutely be a little more traffic than normal. But again, we can control the flow, because the truth is there's only so fast we can ingest the material in the beginning and get it, inventoried and put on the racks and those types of things. So that in itself kind of controls how much at one time we could really take on the inbound side. I hope that gives everybody kind of a flavor for what the thought is.
Thanks, John. Anything else, Don?
Nope.
Well, Don, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I was a little concerned about the, how many truck trips. They mentioned 10 to 15 truck trips per day to bring commercial storage, and sounds like he's saying, maybe not a lot more than that initially, but that's the type of clarification I was trying to get.
Consolidating from some other facilities, it sounds like. All right.
Yeah, I didn't, obviously if they were bringing 100 trucks in a day, I don't know the business, so I don't know how many, how long it takes to fill up 53,000 square feet, but if they're bringing in 100 trucks a day, I at least wanted the planning board to be aware of it.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of traffic on that road.
Yep.
All right. It's on for public hearing, so I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call wish to comment on Clancy Neptune Road application?
If you're on the Zoom call, just unmute yourself or raise your hand to be acknowledged. If you're on the phone, *6 to unmute. And I am not seeing anybody who is trying to be recognized, so I think we're okay.
All right, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, let's go around board for comments. Peter?
Just two comments. Number one, welcome to the town of Poughkeepsie. Number two, Mr. Ligori's presentation I found to be a very moving experience.
Thank you very much.
It's not
Mic
that.
drop.
And now this is when they leave the town of Poughkeepsie.
It's not that late yet. What do you mean? All right, Peter. Ben, anything?
Yep, one thing, anybody with Benedetto in their name is okay with me.
Oh.
Wow, shots fired.
No comments.
Paul?
You muted.
No comment.
Rocco?
No comment.
Bob?
Just curious about what is the material you're going to be storing?
So
Does it vary by the business who you're accepting it from, or is it consistent with something?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question. I got disconnected. Can you repeat that, please, sir?
I was asking, what is the nature of the material that you're going to be storing?
So it would be computer parts, packaging, components, lots of different things. No chemicals, though, no hazardous materials of any sort. Clean storage, dry storage, crated equipment. As I mentioned, some wood crates for packaging equipment, some corrugated packaging supplies. So, real mixture of products, but all dry in nature. Again, no hazardous materials and no liquids of any sort.
Okay. Just one last comment that you can catch Peter and Ben at the local comedy club every Saturday night.
That sounds good.
Ahmed, anything?
Yeah, I volunteered at that facility quite a bit with Habitat. So I would like to see the outside attended to. It looks miserable right now, and I'm glad that Habitat moved out of there. So I'm glad that you're coming in, and hopefully you shed some life into it, and the site and the appearance of the site. Second, I think I want to follow what Bob asked. So is there going to be some fire code? Because even though these are computer components, they are still, I hope the fire department knows in case something happened there, and all the fire code and the protection is applied to.
The building is sprinklered, which is very important. But if the fire department ever wanted to pre-plan, we would absolutely accept an invitation or send out an invitation, and that's something that's pretty common with commercial buildings to allow the fire department in to take a look and make sure they could pre-plan for a fire if there ever was a need for that.
My concern is these are computer components, and they are polymers and PCB materials, so they are hazardous if they catch fire.
Understood.
George Finn from Arlington Fire is attending tonight's meeting, so that's good. I'm sure George will take you up on that if.
He's also been actively involved. We had a pre-application meeting for this project, and then of course had the chance to review the application. And at the very latest would be able to provide even additional comments and insight as part of a pre-construction meeting before any permits would be issued. So we will absolutely make sure that George is in the loop with Arlington Fire Department.
Thanks.
And I apologize, I did forget, it was documented in the plan set that there was going to be there was a structure that's proposed. I think zoning flagged it, but it didn't appear on the site plan. Oh, the cardboard compactor. I remember us discussing that it was possibly going to be located outside, or we didn't see it on the site plan. So
yeah,
is there an update?
We weren't going to use one.
Okay, so we'll just make sure we remove that from the plan set then, to eliminate confusion. I think there was a detail in there, but it wasn't actually on the plan.
Okay.
All right.
And just, this is Anthony from Plannnig. Just want to clarify that we have changed that compactor to an open top container that is actually shown on the site plan. It will be surrounded by an 8-foot chain link fence with slats in it. It's also actually shown when Mike shows the rendering again. You'll see it located pretty much the center of the building.
Really? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the
I think
garbage.
we thought it was a refuse area or something. I don't know. So
The
we'll make
cardboard will
sure.
be included in there.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. We'll just make, if we could, I mean, you probably did label it very clearly. I just missed it.
Right in
But
the center there.
again, we can clean that up. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. My 2 cents, the pavement's in rough shape. Sounds like you're gonna repave at least that area there. That's good. I always wonder where the Iron Mountain stuff went to, but it's an empty building now, and glad to see it being reused in this way and being improved upon. And as far as, Kristen, I mentioned some landscaping along, I've been there a few times at the Habitat store as well. And recently looking at this, there is quite a bit of topography and very wooded on the south side there as you go up. So I don't think we need any additional landscaping there.
Unfortunately, that side is like a dump ground also. So it
Yeah,
would
we're
be
looking
nice
to
if it's get cleaned.
we're looking to get in there precisely. Obviously, we have business reasons to get in, but a topic of discussion amongst us is the sooner we get in there, the less we'll have that issue. Because I can tell you, just in the 30 days between submitting the application and the meeting, I've been to the property a number of times, and whenever you get to the west side, there's a couch or someone's living room furniture, or pallets, or other detritus that people have dumped there. So we really are looking forward to get in, and once we do, you guys will see a market improvement.
I wonder if there's anybody trying to drop stuff that think it's still the restore and just dropping it off. But in any case, hopefully that is all resolved. And I think we're ready for motions.
I move that the planning board determined that the proposal meets the criteria for seeker type action pursuant to seeker part 617.5, and no further environmental review is required.
Second.
Moved and seconded for seeker. Call the question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional special use permit approval and site plan approval subject to the following. Respond to comments of the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies, and said response to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness, inclusive of but not limited to 1 through 8.
Second.
Seconded. Call the question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. Architectural review, you showed the renderings there. Could you mention the color again of the paint you're using?
So I don't have the exact Pantone color. It is the same color that's shown on the renderings. It's a I believe an off-white. And I'll have to defer if I can. I don't know if Peter or Anthony have the actual color name.
Yeah, Mike, I can pick up on that for you.
Thank you.
It's actually a Sherwin-Williams Grecian Ivory.
So it's a little bit of grayish white. Okay.
It's an off-white. And I have the Sherwin-Williams page or color tab if you would like to see it, but they show it on a house, not a commercial building. But yes, it's a very, very off-white in the tan brownish category.
Okay. You have to present that to, give that to the department.
Yeah, if you could just send me the spec on that, or the sample that you have up, that'd be fine for our files. And then, that's why we thought the renderings themselves were helpful in presenting to the board.
Yeah, that was great. Any board members have any comments on the architecture? Looks like a big improvement to me. So I move we accept architecture as presented.
Second.
And seconded. Called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben,
Aye.
Nicole,
Aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Rocco,
Aye.
Ahmed,
Aye.
myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. Right, good to go, guys. I see, the Clancy trucks at IBM a lot, and
I want to say thank you very much, number one, for this evening, but all the work goes on before the meeting, so big thank you to Kristen and Mike Welty. We had a great pre-application meeting and then a incredible memo from Kristen, which basically just said connect the dots. And just want to tell you guys, I represent a number of towns as town council, and if I had your guys' staff, I would never have to work. It'd be perfect. So big thank you. We look forward to getting in there.
yeah,
I'd
we
like
got
to
a
echo
great
those
staff
comments,
up.
Mike. We really appreciate the warm welcome we received tonight and the expeditious manner our application has been received and dealt with. So thank you all very much, and we're looking forward to being a part of the Poughkeepsie community.
Yeah, welcome, and it's great to see old buildings reused.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Right. Next up, we got At Home is back. Shops at South Hills. Who's here representing At Home tonight?
Hi, Mr. Chairman, it's Ken Casamento from LRC. How are you this evening?
Hey, Ken. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
I have Glenn Wilson with me and Andrew Detman as well from At Home. If I can share my screen, I'll just start, and I'd like to ask Andrew to just speak a little bit about the need for the parking. So if I can just start sharing my screen here, bear with me a second. You guys can see that, right?
Yes.
So Andrew, do you mind kind of talking through the letter and which will provide the board regarding the need for the parking?
Yeah, sure. So we've been working with Ken kind of through this process, and one of the things as we've been out there more as we've began construction is we've noticed that there is a limited amount of parking right in front of us that we do share with Hobby Lobby. There's additional parking obviously further out in the field, but one of the things that I think we had mentioned when we came in for the site plan approval was that a lot of our customers do have some bulkier items that they have to take to their car or go through the drive aisles. And so one of the things that we were looking at when we've been out there is if there's a way to get some additional parking that's kind of protected from the main drive aisle that would allow customers to load larger items. And so we identified this area kind of directly to our east, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. That's directly across that drive aisle. That would be outside of the main drive aisles and would allow a sidewalk and marked path from our building with some additional parking to allow people to load and unload the larger items into their cars in a safe manner.
So given that, this is the 2021 approved plan. As Andrew kind of pointed out, the project area is located just to the east of the access drive there, that side drive. This area was approved in the original 2008 plan for some parking and retail components. As you see here, 1A through D. The area currently has got some sidewalk, a curb cut facing what is now At Home, the former Kmart. What we're proposing is a modification to that to construct 44 spaces. The disturbance was a question that Andrew had asked. This project disturbs about 0.52 acres. The At Home disturbance is 0.36. I know on one of the old plans we had 0.41, but that was just the broad, big scope area around the project, not a dialed in of what actually is being disturbed. And even if you do the 0.41, we're still under the 0.95 that Andrew Andy was talking about with regard to a SWIP. So we're under the 1 acre threshold. We are not proposing any new site lighting. There are two large light poles right here on the main drive that remain, and there's some lighting that is in the parking area as well. Nor are we putting up signage. We are proposing some ramps here for the curbs, for the carts, to get across that aisle. We are talking about putting the existing sidewalk to remain. The existing curb will be used on the south side. We are adding a new curb cut up here onto the drive aisle. One of the comments that was raised with regard to landscaping, we did not put any in, but we are willing to put some landscaping in here roughly, and obviously we'll put that forward in the next submission of plans. We are talking about making connection to the parking lot as well. That was just neglected in our part from the existing to the new proposed sidewalk there, which would be approximately up by the area in here, and that might change a slight reconfiguration to that parking lot as well when we do that. But that really is the gist of it. I'll stop sharing now. It's not a big change in the overall plan of what was there historically. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chairman, and if we have any questions, we can go from there.
Ken, if I may.
Yeah, sure, Glenn, sorry.
Good evening. This is Glenn Wilson from DLC Management. We're the owners of the mall currently. Originally, we've been working very closely with At Home since we last met with the board a few months ago for the initial entitlement. And, At Home has a very sophisticated traffic study group that has studied the traffic counts, the trip counts, and as Andrew had alluded to, there's a tremendous amount of traffic that flows right into this intersection. 90% of that traffic, after studying it, drops down, does not cut across, which would be going to the back of the former Kmart. So most of the bus line, most of the traffic coming from the retails comes to this intersection and drops down. Originally, At Home had approached us and wanted a much bigger parking lot, basically double the size of what you're seeing right now. We pushed back on that. Ken and I have been working for several months and have done probably 12 different designs of this parking lot. Originally, they came back, and if you rotate this parking field 90 degrees, so that the parking lot, the drive lanes were going from Kmart down towards Route 9. And it was two times the size of this.
Sorry, trying to get there. There you go.
There you go. So it was kind of similar to this, but on 2 cubes. We pushed back on that, obviously. This is an out parcel, so it's our intent to develop this as an out parcel. We're hoping to get some restaurant uses here. And as the board is aware, we are actively engaged now with the town of Poughkeepsie on the master plan to do some redevelopment, potentially some residential components here on the parking lot to the left of us, or the south side, to redevelop that into residential component on it. So we pushed back on At Home that we could not develop that whole out parcel for parking because our pro forma for the property includes at some point in time developing a building there, out parcel building, and tenanting it. So what Ken and I did to accommodate At Home was we designed this parking lot and rotated it to the current position that you see it now as being presented, so that we can develop a building just below that and open the parking field in the front and interconnect it, so that at some future date, we hope sooner than later, that when we do have a tenant and can develop that site, that the parking lot has been designed so that when we develop the rest of that particular pad parcel, we can just connect the parking lot and that it will intertwine with that, so that the parking ratios remain with that. So we took that into consideration that we at some point in time will have to develop this. And we also understood too that by by putting that parking lot and opening that curb cut there, it's going to eliminate another curb cut down. So that will be the essential curb cut going into that parcel for future development. And then we will just expand the parking lot along the front on that. So that was the intent of this design, and a lot of thought's gone into it. And we are cognizant of the amount of parking here, but keep in mind too that we are looking to eliminate quite a bit as we're working with you in this master plan on it. So I don't think it's while right now we might be slightly over parked, I think in the grand plan for the property that won't be the case. The other concern that came up was in our initial site plan to you originally. Ken, can you just point to the adjacent parking where the ramp is being put in up there? One of the concerns that came up is, as Andrew alluded to, if you're not familiar with At Home does a lot of furniture, a lot of patio furniture, a lot of planting urns, very big components. It's a big part of their sales on it. And a lot of this comes out in rolling carts on it, big bulky items. The concern that they kept having was that's a grade change there. And part of our initial site plan was to put a ramp in. But I've heard some comments back, and I'll let Ken address those, but I understand now that the town has requested that we not do a crosshatch, that we keep the pedestrian crosswalks parallel with the stop signs for a traditional four-way. So, that I think is going to present a little bit of problems with these roller carts, because now they have to cross, two intersections to get to the bigger parking field, which is being looked at, as well as there's a down ramp because of the grade change there. So we all felt that if we can just add approximately 40 spaces here, and it's a direct cross that doesn't have to go through this major intersection, that it's beneficial to them because they get the additional parking spaces close to the building, which is really what they are looking at, is to get these things as close to the building as they can because of the size of the items, but also a safety factor because that's a very busy intersection. But where they cross, shown here to that walkway, most of the traffic is not going across that crosswalk. They're going down gradient on it, which prevents, a second means of crossing over another intersection to that lower parking field or the upper parking field that you see in this picture. So they felt this was very important to them. They are active, as you all know, they're heavy into construction now and the building's looking good. The demo's complete and now we're starting to see it come up on it. So we thought this was a request that is important to them. So, we're asking the board for consideration here on it. And again, I think we've looked at it and worked it into what the future development is of that pad, so that those spaces will be utilized for that pad as well and interconnected, so we don't have to do another curve cut.
Thanks for explaining that. Let's go to Kristen for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the applicant, your whole team. The application is on for a public hearing, seeker review, and amended site plan review. Staff has prepared a number of comments regarding the proposal. The board has before them recommendations for the board to open and adjourn the public hearing and defer action with comments. I know that the board is eager to have a conversation and discussion with the applicant regarding this project. There is also prepared in your packet a recommendation to open and close the public hearing, adopt a seeker resolution, and adopt a conditional amended site plan approval. I would also like to point out that we received just yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. comments from Dutchess County Planning. I think those were the comments that were being referenced about the crosswalk to the existing parking lot and squaring that up rather than having this triangular crosswalk. I would urge the board to consider the comments that were provided by Dutchess County. I think the point is well taken. And of course, respect and understand the job at hand here to accommodate the tenant that is going into this facility. But ultimately, it is up for the board's discussion and discretion. And, one point I could offer as part of your discussion to consider is, perhaps at home is built and constructed and underway, and there's a point in time where there's information, I know there was discussed as part of this presentation this evening, that there was some traffic analyses or some determination of why or how this parking would be accommodated on the site. And perhaps that's something that gets submitted to the town for review by our personnel or staff. There's a justification that's sort of made at some point once the operation is open and the business is opening and functioning, and there's the need for a demonstration that this really is truly needed for this site. But again, that's just something to think about. Again, this is the board's discretion. I'm just staff here. And if you have any other questions, of course, I'd be happy to weigh in as necessary.
All right, thanks, Kristen. Yeah, I see it as we're adding parking to an area which already has lots of parking, and so it's almost kind of land banked already.
I apologize. There was one additional comment, because I know that there was a breakdown of information regarding the area of disturbance. That was the first time I was seeing it. It's unclear to me whether or not that was provided to our engineer who actually had the questions about area of disturbance and the requirement of the SWIP. Ken, I'm not sure if you
we only got it on Tuesday of this week, so I wasn't able to get everything back to Andy as a new submission back with documents on it to support it.
It was unclear to me whether or not that discussion was happened. That's something that I think that the town, would want. I think Andy, or unless Don feels comfortable discussing that with you here tonight, that they might want to review. But I don't want to speak for our engineering department.
But I mean, Andy's comment was pretty clear that if it was under 9.95 acres, then we wouldn't have a SWIP issue. If it was over, he was asking the question, and what I provided is.
But I'm pretty sure he wanted to see that depicted on the site plan.
So you absolutely will put it on the plan going forward. I mean, even on the approved plan before, it was 0.41.
So the point would be that the board would not be able to act on seeker until that was rectified and cleared and confirmed by our engineering department. So I'm just advising our planning board that's all.
All right, thanks, Kristen. As I was saying, at this point, I see it as land banked parking there, but let me go to Don first. I mean, I see them messing with some sewer manholes and things like that. So what's going on in that area, Don?
Yeah, my thought is, Kristen, kind of right. We haven't seen this yet. We asked the question. If the board is inclined to move forward tonight, I will get into a more exact discussion with Ken about that. Unfortunately, I can't see what he's showing you because of my service area out here. But if that's necessary, I think we can probably figure out a way to resolve it so the board can move forward if they're inclined to move forward.
All right, thanks, Don. It's on for public hearing, so let me open the public hearing. Move the motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone on the call wish to comment on this application?
seeing anybody who is trying to unmute or who's raising their hand. I think we're okay.
All right. I'm not gonna make another motion on the public hearing quite yet. I want to go around the board and have discussions first. See what we're going to do. So let me start with Peter.
Thank you. I'll have one comment. That is, adding additional parking spaces at South Hills Mall seems counterintuitive. On the other hand, this type of store offers product that is bulky. And I think we have to take a closer look really at what difference will these parking spaces make. I mean, how much closer will the customers be to the store by the creation of these parking spaces versus the existing spaces? I understand At Home wanting to create an environment that makes it easy for their customers to transport product to their vehicle. Question is, how much easier will the creation of these 44 spaces make that effort? And I haven't figured that out yet. That's my only comment.
I mean, I'm wondering, some other stores with big bulky items, they just have, kind of a pickup area where people drive up closer to the door, and instead of lugging it out to their car way in the depths of the parking lot.
Is
So
there a pickup area on the plan already?
That's
I
what
thought
I
there
was
was.
wondering.
Yeah.
I thought that's what the east side of the building was kind of including, was the pickup area
Yeah,
there.
Ken, can you clarify that?
Although there was no doors there on the east side, they were going to have to come out the front
Right.
door and
Correct.
over to there. But I thought that was the whole point of some spaces over there.
There were some spaces over there that were for pickup only.
Yeah, they're labeled that way.
Yep.
So I thought that was the goal for any big items that somebody's buying, that they would drive up to one of those spaces and pick up there. That's kind of where I saw the operation happening. But let me go to Ben. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was thinking exactly what you were thinking about picking up. And if items are too bulky to fit into a shopping cart, or to even get into certain cars where you might need a van or a truck, I don't see the advantage of those spaces. It's better, be more awkward to get to any parking spot rather than go to a pickup area. Makes more sense to me. I mean, I don't know. If you can't push a shopping cart to the parking lot with these items, I don't really see the big advantage of these spaces, because you're going to have to get to them anyhow. That's my comment.
Yeah. And as as mall owner said, I have a concern also about changing anything in this area that right now, because we are in the middle of the master plan, as Kristen has referenced, and we want to kind of vet that all out. And so I'm inclined to kind of leave them as just land banked right now and see how the operation works. But let's continue on. Nicole, what say you?
Who is on representing At Home?
That would be me, Andrew Detman.
So can I ask you a question? If this isn't approved, this additional parking, is that something that's going to be detrimental to your store and sales?
it's always hard to project on obviously because the store is not open. But I mean, yeah, there's a chance that it could be detrimental on the sales to the store.
I will also tell you that they have the right to terminate the lease too with that item.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Rocco?
It appears to be a bit of a conundrum here, and I have to echo what Peter said, especially, and also Ben. You know, does it really add much if you can't push it through and carry it out? What would be the advantage of having those spots there, because you'd have to come to a pickup area anyway? And that's my comment. I echo what they said already.
All right, Bob?
At other at-home locations, how are they handling the transportation of bulky items out to the cars? Is there a pickup area, or are they going to a specific parking area? What, are they all the same, or are they all different?
No, they're all a little bit different. Most of the time we do have a pickup area near the building. We also have a sidewalk throughout portions of the parking lot to get out to additional spaces. One thing that I think may be important, just to point out, if I may, especially with this location and just some historical data on at home, on a typical, probably half the time during the week, we'll typically see about 160 cars during our peak shopping periods. With this site, if you were to draw out kind of what that would look like and see how many spaces that is relative to our door. Part of the intent was with these additional spaces is that it would be closer to the door than some of the spaces you'd have to get to when you go to that 160 spaces, especially given that we're I don't know the exact amount, but I would guess that our entrance is probably 100, 150 feet from Hobby Lobby. So a significant portion of our parking immediately in front of our building is going to be shared with Hobby Lobby. And they have a pretty similar peak period time and also typical amount of cars that they would have. So when you add all those together, someone that's going to be coming to the store during those peak hours, if this isn't there, then they're going to be parking fairly far from the store. And this is just an option to try and get some parking closer to the building to make that a less onerous journey through the parking lot for those people.
I think one of the challenges here is Kmart's really considered what we call a crotch space of a former mall. Typically at home, and been working with them, they go into former Kmart spaces that are standalone. So the entire parking field is directly in front of their door. And in this case, because the building tucks so far back and then abuts halfway through to Hobby Lobby, we lose a lot of that immediate front parking that's typical of a store. And I just want to remind everybody, this is a 90,000 square foot department store on it. So they are traffic generators, and there are some challenges here with this specific site because it is a former mall and just the configuration of the building. I understand, we're fully aware of the amount of parking that is in this site, being a former mall. But I think a lot of this parking is going to be going away too, as we're working with you in the master, particularly directly to the back of Kmart and wrapping around to the former Burlington, as well as the movie theater parking that's no longer there as well. So, I think at some point in time, sooner than later, a lot of that's going away as we're working with you. So, and then, the other consideration that I would just ask the board to think about too is, once we do, if we do this master plan and it's successful, as we hope it will be, and some type of residential component comes up here, the anticipation is that we're going to quickly be able to complete those out parcel buildings, which are also going to require parking. So while I think some of the parking now directly more in the center of the mall, closer to ShopRite, is underutilized, on it, what they are requiring is spaces a little bit closer. And I think if you if you look at any Home Depot or any large bulk store like that, everybody desires the spaces closest to the front door on it, and don't really want to push all the way to the outers. And I think that's what we're trying to correct here, as well as dealing with this being a crotch space.
So, in the peak shopping periods during the year, around the end of the year holidays, those spaces could be taken up by shoppers going to other stores because there's no other space available. And, you mentioned Home Depot. The one we have locally, they have, the store, and it's just general parking that is mainly in front of them. But Lowe's has an area right in front of the store where there's no cars except those who are picking up bulky items. I don't know how many feet it is. It's a pretty wide space. And if you have to pick up a grill or some kind of a large element, you pull your car up into that space and there's someone there to help you load it.
Mulch, rocks,
What's that?
mulch, rocks, bags, big bags of mulch.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
That's all I have.
Ahmed, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think I heard that this could be a cause for terminating the lease. If that's the case, I'm not sure I heard enough that will say this is a good solution overall. I didn't hear the justification that a 44 additional space is going to make it or break it. And it could be a compromise that you have a big wound, then you put a small band-aid on it and you come back with the same issue later on. So to me, it doesn't seem like a well thought out plan that will answer the desire of the at home, as I heard it is.
Yeah, and I think we compromised a little bit too. I mean, again, I mentioned originally At Home requested much more. And this was what we pushed back for and compromised, and they came to the table and agreed to. So that's what we're requesting.
I would say maybe like Bob suggested, if you think of another solution where you have a corridor for the pickup as Lowe's, because when you are in a shopping season, all parking lots or parking spaces are game. So you might defeat the purpose of these parking spaces anyway.
I count about 200 spaces, I guess, in that area diagonal to the door. Plus whatever you get in front shared with the.
I guess the option always exists to see, once the store is open and it's been operational for a while, if there's a parking problem there, they have a site plan that would be ready to go and they could document the need. I think that would be one way to handle it. But again, it's hard to see how.
I guess I understand you. I don't think it's that much closer to the door because there's no door on that side of the building. So that's what I'm.
Right. That's what I think the county pointed out as well.
If there was doors on that side of the building, I could see it a lot more than what you're saying.
in my mind, it doesn't address it doesn't address the problem per se.
So, yeah.
If I might say, maybe this is Ben, maybe we should wait and see what Don or Andy say when they take a look at this. And like you said, Carl, with no experience yet, knowing how many people are going to be there and getting these.
I mean, they're saying 100, yeah, they have the experience of 160, but yeah, I see, at least a couple hundred parking spaces or more available to them.
Mr. Chairman, the comment that Andy brought up, you do have Hobby Lobby, that spaces that are right immediately in front that we're talking about, that the county pointed out and that you're talking about, are also the prime spaces and only spaces for Hobby Lobby. So
there was other stores there too before.
correct. Then you have Ashley along the front and
just
other
saying
space
before,
available.
When it was Kmart, they were sharing with other stores as well. And I'm just saying there's 200 on the diagonal, there's 200 spaces by itself. And then in front, whatever else can be used.
They also had the rear entrance, just to keep everybody. It's no longer at home. That vestibule is not part of the leasehold now, so that's gone away.
And I also, Kmart had this space that is green now that we're out parcels was also parking as well at one point.
So do you by any chance have like a breakdown of what the board's options really are in this scenario based on what you've heard?
It sounds like the board members are generally not inclined to jump to approval right tonight.
Well, before we do any jumping, could I ask Eric a question? Eric?
Yeah.
My question is, based on the amount of square footage existing at the mall, what are the number of total required spaces? Do they have excess parking based on our code? Are they short parking? Is it, where it is?
I do, but I don't have those numbers in front of me, and Kristen's been looking at the application, so I'll defer, see if
I'm going to defer to
anything that she
Ken
might
for
have
that
to
breakdown,
add.
actually. Ken, can you give an overview of the parking?
I will say that we have not done a full count on the entire parcel, Peter. And I'd have to go into the square footages to look at exactly how many spaces are there. When you look at what is available space and based on the code, I don't know that.
It'd be helpful to know that.
I mean, just thinking conceptually without numbers, thinking back to the 2008 approval for
That's what
what I recall was that the land banked parking areas were intended to provide for reserved parking to serve the additional pads of development that were reserved for the future.
How many spaces?
I don't know how many overall, but yeah, we had, I mean, the parking was mostly all built out, I think, for the future development. The green spaces were basically pads for where the retail and other buildings were going to go with that plan, but that plan is now defunct with a new owner. But we need to. But this is just, in my mind, it's all up in the air right now because of the master plan discussions and as well.
Well, it sounds like we're not on course to make an approval tonight.
Right.
So
That's the feeling I was
question is
getting
whether
from the rest of the board members.
Right. Question is whether we're deferring or we're voting and just not approving.
I guess we could.
I don't see how we can vote if we don't have enough information.
I would recommend that you get the information to help us make a decision.
I agree.
I'm with Peter.
Do we even, defer for how long is the question with everything going on? Because as Kristen mentioned, it'd be nice to see how it's operating before we approve more additional surface parking.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, if we can defer so we can resubmit and look at the numbers that Peter's asking for and look at the distances and start to create a plan of what we've heard with regard to the concerns over proximity to the doors and entrance. And then we can look forward, because I'm sure we can get some parking numbers, as Kristen alluded to. At Home has done some calculations on some of that, and provide the supplemental information before we decide to make a decision whether it becomes something that's a future decision or a longer term wait till they're open kind of thing. If we can get that back in, so we can get on, review with the board again, that'll give Andy time to look at the disturbance calculations and that as well.
Trying to come back in July or something.
So defer to July, right? Because the submission deadline is Monday for June anyway. So we would have to defer to July, I suppose.
Is there an anticipated opening date for At Home for this location?
Not yet. We are under construction. The goal would be to potentially open sometime this fall before the holiday season, but we typically, the nature of construction is it kind of, it can vary a little bit, but the goal is to get it open sometime this fall.
Thank you.
Overall, we're seeing these malls with so much excess parking, even at holiday time, there's excess parking. And it's been a concern that we've discussed in our master plan.
Carl, would the board entertain like a proposal if it turns out that the numbers show that there's plenty of parking already in the site? Would the board entertain a notion of reconfiguring existing parking to, so that the land bank parking goes somewhere else and they get the parking where they want it? But then they would have to look at how that works in the overall site.
Yeah, I suppose that certainly is an option. But we definitely need to see numbers, and as Don says, they haven't seen to make sure that it's under us for a SWIP, that kind of thing.
I think we've,
so we're definitely deferring it just towards.
So we have to adjourn the public hearing. We'll do that till July 15th.
Yep.
All right. I think we've talked it to death right now. You get where we're coming from.
Yep.
So I move we adjourn the public hearing to July 15th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Let's just defer, Nicole, for now.
I move the planning board defer action and direct the applicant to respond to comments in the planning board and those received from town departments and agencies included but not limited to the following 1 through 8.
Second.
Might want to consider adding the comments of the board tonight to capture the information requested by Peter and the discussion of the other board members.
Yeah, most of that is already captured in staff comments, but yes.
But yes, I would add number 9 to that. Do you accept that additional to the motion and second it again?
Second. Re-second.
All right. A call to question, all by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. Take a look at the numbers, Ken, as you said, and I just wish the master plan was further along at this point to kind of have it all gelled together, but that's the thing we're missing here, I think.
Well, at the end of this month, there will be a public review draft available. So at the end of May, so that'll be a good place to
Take a
start.
look.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We are looking forward to seeing the store open.
Absolutely.
Don't get us wrong. We're anxious to shop there ourselves.
I think they're all gone, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, couple housekeeping items of adjournment. For Stewart Shops at 2245 South Road, I move the planning board adjourn the public hearing to June 17th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Arlington Farms, Malabar, I move the public hearing be adjourned to June 17th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. At this time, I move we open the hearing for public comment on any other items on tonight's agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Anyone in the audience still wish to comment on any other items on tonight's agenda?
I don't see anyone else in the audience
Other than applicants.
those that are representing applicants.
Yep. I move we resume the meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Hudson Heritage, Winslow Gate is up. Next.
Evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Kyle Ahern with Chazen here representing the applicant. We were last here, well, the last time we were here, we were discussing the north entrance, where we, as you'll recall, we removed 2 large retaining walls and opened up views to the main admin building. We're here tonight for the southern entrance to the site. And actually, let me share my screen here and give you guys a little bit of history. All right, so this is just Google Maps showing the aerial. So Winslow Gate Road, you have.
You're not sharing yet, Kyle.
Oh, hitting the share button would help. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
It's up.
Okay, so here's the Winslow Gate Road entrance. Adjacent to the Home Depot entrance, as you know. Well, it's shared with the Home Depot entrance. So you'll recall, prior to the approval of the original amended site plan back last July, I believe it was, actually, I think it was June. The original proposal was to keep Winslow Gate Road in its current alignment. The issue with that became that due to the fact that it's constructed with the ingress lane on the Home Depot Plaza's property, and there's the easement to allow that to continue to happen and be taken over by the town as a town road, that became an issue. So the solution, as you know, was to move that entrance further to the north. And you can see here, what I'm have my cursor on here is the Central Hudson gas pad that's in question. So with the previous alignment of the roadway, that gas pad is off the curb line. So we're moving the entrance further to the north. We're also adding a third lane to the egress. So the two combined is in conflict with the location here.
Kind of squished it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kind of squished the road from both sides.
Exactly, yeah. So it essentially clips the corner, which is unfortunately just enough to be problematic. But let me bring up our plan. There we go. So you can see in the red is what was originally approved. And you can see the fence line, that's the existing location of the fence line, which is proposed to remain, well, not the fencing, it's a chain link fence that is removed already. It'll be replaced, but in the same location. The the gas relief valve, Central Hudson is able to and has relocated further to the east over here. The main pad here, which is about 30 feet long and 12 feet wide, they are not able to relocate altogether, unfortunately, but they are able to bring it up to grade. The existing pad is several feet lower than the road, and the new pad between the existing roadway and the proposed roadway and the proposed parking lot is higher in grade. So they're not able to move the equipment, but they are able to raise it to accommodate the new grading. So we're not able to raise the roadway any further than we already have due to the fact that we already share this entrance into the Home Depot Plaza. So the road is essentially as high as it can be to accommodate that aspect of it. So like I said, in red is what was approved. The black line work is what is now proposed. You see the retaining wall in front of the fencing, and it runs essentially along the new curbway alignment. That was done so that we can provide, I'll move it over so you can see, some landscaping between the top of the wall and the fencing that we're proposing now. I'm sorry, this yellow box is very distracting. So let me bring up the rendering. And actually, also let me show you, we'll recall. Here we go. So as part of the Architectural Review Board, the refuse enclosures for the project were reviewed and approved. So essentially, with this location of the gas pad, as you know, it's at the main entrance to the site. So the question becomes, what can you do to make it not this massive chain link fence that's just going to be an eyesore at the main entrance? So, one thought when discussing this with the town was, materials that are A, nice materials, but B, also consistent with what's happening in the rest of the site. So, the refuse enclosure has brick masonry walls, and it also has a steel fence with fire retardant wood slats. So the thought was, use those similar materials, and it would match what's already going in at the site. Took that to Central Hudson, and they are not going to be able to do the brick masonry. They're concerned essentially that if they need to get to their equipment in the future, it's one thing to remove a fence, get to that equipment, and then put the fence back in place. But it's a whole different undertaking if they're actually removing a masonry wall and then having to rebuild that. So they are on board though with the steel fencing shown here. So we provided a rendering shown here. This is from the Winslow Gate entrance. You'll see that fencing that's used around this is the same location as the existing station, and then, like I said, to the east is a smaller enclosure that's just for the relocated gas relief valve. So those are the two enclosures. The retaining wall that's been installed, which is about 2 to 3 feet in height, depending, it's 2 feet at the eastern side, closer to 3 feet, a little over 3 feet, it's like 3¼ feet on the west side. There's a guide rail that wraps, it essentially terminates at the corners of the wall and then wraps around the enclosure to, just for added protection. We added landscaping, and the goal of the landscaping, we didn't really want to just surround every side and every square inch with a specific screening plant. I think that would just draw more attention to it. So instead, the goal of the landscaping is more just to soften it, make it look nice, like it's landscaped instead of just trying to hide something.
Can I just ask Kyle how high those panels get?
So it's a 8-foot high fence, and it's 5 foot width in each panel.
I guess it helps shield the drive-through also.
Yeah, that's true. Between the fencing and the landscaping, when you first enter the site, this will be further up the drive, but then as you're coming around the bend, this will block quite a bit of the drive-through pickup window, which is right here, the bump out in the building here.
Yep.
So that was the goal with the landscaping, was really just to soften it and make it less of a a centerpiece. This is the same rendering, but from the drive-through bypass lane, essentially. So obviously you don't have the wall on this side, but you still have that same fencing material and still some landscaping provided on all sides. Excuse me. So that was kind of the goal, just to just make that pad look nicer than certainly nicer than what's existing. Like I said, it's currently just a chain link fence.
So where does the opening on that for maintenance?
Right. So the opening, there is here we go. On the, I hate that it keeps doing that. On the northwest corner, there's a single gate here. There we go.
Okay.
And then on the northeast side, there's a double fence here.
Okay, thanks.
And there's also on the east and west side, there's a single fence on the eastern enclosure.
All right.
So I know there's been some questions about traffic, and I know AKRF has taken a look at that. I believe Colliers they have resolved concerns or their questions more than anything. And there's a couple outstanding items. Central Hudson had provided a letter to the town, which I provided in my submission package, and it essentially, there's a couple remaining questions. They say they will own and maintain the pad itself and the fencing, but they owe an easement document that it's my understanding they'll be submitting this week, but that will further clarify and ensure the ownership of the equipment within the right of way. So that should be answered shortly. But
Sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, that's basically what the latest. But are there any other questions?
Now let me go to Eric for the department's comments, and we'll have board members see if they have any other questions after that.
Sure. Let's see, the application came in kind of last minute. And it's also come in piecemeal and changed during the course. So I know I didn't have these renderings at the time I wrote the review last week. At any rate, so the action before the board is for site plan amendment. We're recommending that you waive the public hearing because overall it's a minor change to the Hudson Heritage Development application. The board would need to consider a seeker determination of consistency for seeker, and also with the development master plan. We've given you a resolution for that, and also for a site plan amendment for conditional approval. I think the elements basically up for the board's discussion have to do with the concrete pad for the regulator equipment, the fence around it, what kind of screening, and the retaining wall location and appearance. And those are kind of the elements for the board, I think, to consider. The traffic, we'll ask AKRF to speak, but according to their memos, it looks like traffic is not an issue. The reconfiguration of the roadway is not ideal, but there are no significant traffic issues from the elimination of the queuing lane or the curve or the tighter curve. I guess the one is the legal agreements and easements are kind of a must-have. The town isn't going to want to have to manage and maintain these structures in the right-of-way because much of this is within the right-of-way. Excuse me, the area proposed to be dedicated to the town for a roadway. So that's in the conditions. As Kyle mentioned, Central Hudson is also pursuing maintenance of facilities by the applicant. There's also, the County Department of Planning indicated that this is a matter of local concern. So we have that response taken care of. I guess that's pretty much it. The AKRF, I think, had noted that the retaining wall sticks out further than the guardrail towards the roadway. And so the board, I'm recommending that the board have some discussion with the applicant about whether you'd like to have the retaining wall in line with the guardrail going around the curve. It's about 3 feet or so high at the maximum, or whether you would like to have the guardrail set back further away from, the retaining wall set further back from the roadway and maybe the guide rail in front of it, which would entail losing some landscaping. So the relationship.
They'd also have to move the wall, which is already built.
True. But one does wonder why this came up
And
now.
If I could just add there that it's kind of hard to see on the plan because the line weight of the guide rail is just, it's not the true width of the actual guide rail, but the intent there, and we can clarify this based on the board's direction of what they would prefer for that detail. But essentially what we're intending to show is the guide rail will extend from you see where the retaining wall bends there, it turns there, the corner of the wall. The idea is that the guide rail will extend from each of those corners, and the retaining wall will essentially just be an extension of the guide rail.
I'm sorry, I forgot one critical thing. That sounds reasonable, but I did try and reach the town highway superintendent, who has not been available. He's off and reportedly may or may not have arrived back today, and I have not heard from him. And any action of the board should be conditioned upon his review and approval of the design, because he's going to have to plow and maintain the roadway.
That's what I was just going to ask, was how far off the actual pavement is that retaining wall, front of the retaining wall, for catching snowplow blades and things like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, let me see if I can get a dimension here. It's only about a foot or two. So but the wall itself is also, like I said, only 2 to 3 feet high. So Mark might, it's up to Mark. Well, we'll see what he says, but he might not have a concern despite the proximity just because of the height. So
because it's low, it's tight, but it is a lower wall.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want to make ARF?
Yep, that's. I was going to check with Don first if he had any concerns.
Yeah.
You still there, Don?
No. Yeah, I am. Nope. I think Eric captured it all already.
All right. Thank you. And Alex, you had. Still hanging in there?
Yes. Hi, just to expand on, again, Eric, the comment that we provided the town regarding the retaining wall. One other recommendation that we did have in the event that the wall cannot be pushed back, we did make a recommendation for reflectors or some other devices to improve the visibility of the wall at that location.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want cars coming around the corner as well.
Well, I'll suggest one other thing that occurred to me looking at the renderings for the board to think about. There's 2 enclosures. One is for the regulator station. The other one, I don't know what's in that smaller enclosure to the, I guess it's to the east, up higher on the screen.
Right.
It's out of view of the screen.
Not behind the
But it
retaining
occurs
wall.
to me to wonder, is whether the enclosure draws more attention to that than if there was just some landscape. If it's just a pipe coming out of the ground for a vent, maybe some landscaping and the chain link fencing might be better than having a wall, having like the trash enclosure type of wall around it. I don't know.
Well, it looked like a big square red box that was moved up there. Can you say anything as to the size of that or what that is?
yeah, I mean, Eric's right. It's a gas release valve. There's not much, and I can bring up Central Hudson's plan. There's not much equipment in there, but they do require it to be enclosed. So yeah, the question is, with what?
Yeah, well, if it has to be enclosed, then I don't know if we want the chain link fence there.
Well, sorry, I don't mean enclosed like a solid wall, but some sort of fencing.
Well, that's why I was, Eric was suggesting landscaping around instead of a box of.
Well, in other words, the chain, I don't know, visually, the chain link fencing and landscaping versus the solid trash enclosure type wall. That's all. You might call attention to it more with the solid.
And there is some, just to be clear, there is some landscaping. Actually, might be easier to see on the plan here. There is landscaping around that as well. Specifically, I know the renderings from the west side, but there's also on the east side, there's additional landscaping. And we actually extended all the way up to this location just to, again, not just draw your attention to the enclosures, but to kind of spread it out so the overall area is more landscaped.
Yeah, as you're approaching it, you're seeing the landscaping more.
Right.
As you're exiting there. All right. Well, let's go around the board for comments. Well, first I move we waive the site plan public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, now let's go around for comments. Start with Rocco this time.
No comment at this time. Thank you.
Bob?
No comment from me either.
Ahmed?
No comments.
Nicole?
No comment.
Ben?
I have a question. With that trash enclosure type fence or wall, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
That's 8 feet high. Do you think that drive-through tenant behind the wall would have a problem? Because when somebody's coming around, they don't know what that building is there. It's hiding the building. You're sitting in a car and the wall is 8 feet high. You can't tell what's there till you get past all that. Could it either be lowered or, like somebody suggested earlier, eliminated and just use landscaping?
I'm not following the question, but part of the answer is that Central Hudson's, the 8 foot is a Central Hudson requirement.
Okay, it doesn't, they want it to be 8 feet. That's what I was, good question of whether it's, the equipment is.
Do you say that's 8 feet high, right?
Yes, right here. Well,
Right.
both enclosures, but yeah.
That enclosure.
Yep.
Well, if that was my building in, you're hiding my building until you get past it, so you can't tell what's there.
Well, when you
either be lowered or eliminated.
Well, building N is the most visible building on the site. So when you're going up Route 9 or south for that matter, building N is right up front. When you enter the site, you will still see building N. So you're only really talking when you're 90 degrees from it where you're going to be blocked. So I don't believe that's a concern for them.
Okay. Well, I think it would be, but if they're okay with it.
Yep, that was a good question, whether it needs to be 8 feet or not, but it sounds like that's Central Hudson's requirement. All right. Peter?
Years ago, before he became superintendent in chief, I used to ride in a snowplow with Mark Pfeiffer. And I just don't see him going for this retaining wall. And but I'm glad to wait to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I mean, if Mark wants us to move it back, we can move it back. I guess the question, so if the board would like to discuss like a hypothetical, essentially, if Mark would like us to move it back, that landscaping is going to go away. So are you looking for that to be at the base of the wall, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, you don't want the landscaping in the way of the snowplow either, so.
Right. So yeah, I mean, the landscaping would just get, smacked with that snow too.
Well, I would, public safety has to trump landscaping, it seems to me.
Right, yeah, I'm not saying take one or the other. I'm just saying if Mark does say that the wall needs to be pushed back, what are our thoughts on, I guess removing I guess it just has to be removed then.
Yeah, I don't.
So the question is just, do you want it at the base of the wall, which would likely just get smacked by snow and be a maintenance problem, or should it just go?
I mean, I was up there looking at the wall. It's a kind of a decorative, it's a block wall, but it's done decorative. It's not just the Jersey barrier thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I'd prefer to have it the way it is with the landscaping softening the look of the panels, but if Mark is not acceptable to that, we can, if we do conditional approval, he could force you to move the wall and get rid of the landscaping. I guess that's where we'd be.
This is Rocco. I've got a question. I noticed that the plantings are behind the wall, but they're lowered down behind it. What is the actual height from the roadway to the base of the pad that they have to support?
The roadway is it's about 4 feet grade change from one to the other. Okay,
so the wall is only like halfway up. Could there be along that slope just a more concrete pad? So you eliminate the wall, but you still support the pad. Are you following what I'm saying? Just make the slope concrete. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if that'll.
Well, where the retaining wall is now that's built, that's there to hold back some earth, I suspect, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you remove that and you still have a slope, what about if you pour concrete at the incline of the slope? So there's nothing there to hit when the plow comes around.
I mean, I don't know that a 4 foot high concrete slope would look very good.
Well,
can be done.
Maybe something can be done with that versus having an obstacle that the plow can hit.
I mean, we could look at, the highest part of the wall is also the closest to the curb. So that's really what's requiring a wall to begin with. We can look at shortening the wall where we have more of a buffer between the pad and the curb line. We can just pull the wall back and just get rid of it. And then the slope at that location wouldn't be so severe that you would need to pour concrete. You could just have mulch and the landscaping we already showed. So that, I mean, that's something that we can look at. If Mark thinks that is warranted based on the plowing concerns, then we can look at either pushing back the wall or shortening it so that it's not restricting that plow for the same length.
I'm sure we want to minimize the wall as much as possible, but
right. Yep, we're certainly willing to work with Mark and with town staff and come up with a solution that is both good looking and also going to be functional for Mark.
Yeah, why don't we do that? We'll move forward with motions.
So just because it sounds like this is going to get bumped to staff, I just want to make sure I understand what you'll be.
You're going to come up with the whole solution.
No, so just
so Eric, just let me know what to put on the plan and when we'll do that.
So basically, you like it with the landscaping and the wall and the enclosure the way it is now, but if the wall has to get bumped back, then make changes to accommodate it.
Right.
Okay.
Which would mean no landscaping likely or very minimal.
Got it.
But,
or reducing the length of the wall.
Reducing the length of the wall, whatever options that you can come up to with Mark, Mark's input and Kyle's input. So, of course, but
sounds good.
We'll do it that way. So we're gonna go ahead, Nicole.
I move the planning board hereby makes determinations of consistency with seeker findings and conformance with the modified development master plan for the Hudson Heritage amended Winslow Gate entrance plan, considering the items below 1 through 4.
Second.
Moved and seconded, called to question by roll call vote. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye, I guess. Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I move that the planning board grant conditional amended site plan approval for the Hudson Heritage amended Winslow Gate entrance plan as follows. Respond to comments of all reviewing departments and agencies. Said responses to be reviewed by the planning department as to adequacy and completeness included of but not limited to 1 through 12.
Second.
I think you need a 13. Don't we need a 13 in there?
I'll just note that 12 includes all the comments of the board tonight.
Okay.
So what we discussed. So motion for conditional approval. Call to question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck in your discussions with Mark, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a good night.
For hanging in
Thank
there.
you. Good night.
Thanks, everybody.
Right, Alex.
Take care, Alex. Thanks for attending.
You're welcome. Have a good night, everyone.
Next up is Wiltsey Estates subdivision. Lot number 53. Who's representing Wiltsey tonight? Anybody hang in there?
Nope, there's not. Well, it's not a public hearing, so the board doesn't need to do anything. Anybody out there for Wiltsey Estates?
There's no one on the Zoom,
No one on the Zoom, no.
so if you have no one in person, then no.
Then
It's actually dark in the other side of the room. We're staring at a dark room.
Yep, no lights on.
All right.
So
They waited too long.
They went for pizza.
Were they on earlier? Did anyone notice? I didn't notice. All right.
There were people on, and it's not clear what they were for, so it's hard to tell.
So what's our option here?
Well, I guess we
Legal-
could
legally.
still determine that there's no other involved agencies and do
Yep.
say that we want to be the lead agency for circulation. Is that
If that's what we're
There's
doing.
no,
yeah.
actually no circulation to do.
right?
Sure.
Oh, no lead agency circulation.
Right,
is
okay.
required.
We
Oh,
can
so there's
still-
really
we can
nothing
still
to
do
do
that.
at all.
Right.
All right, well,
Yeah.
Eric,
Never
yeah,
mind.
state your,
No, it's just,
I would just leave it in that way. I don't know, if the applicant's not here. So.
the applicant's not here. They can, I mean, we can probably give them more comments and
Yeah,
that they
we'll give
have.
them the comments and let them
And they can
respond.
resubmit when they're ready.
right, should we go around board for any?
They're still gonna have
comments,
to come back though.
Yes,
Because they have to do a preliminary,
they still have to do pre-application review and preliminary.
right?
So as long as we're not circulating, we don't even need to make motions. here.
Right, there's no motion necessary.
We'll just, anybody on the board have comments? We could run around quick and see if you want to add to Eric's comments here. Peter, anything?
No.
Ben?
No.
Nicole? Anything on this? Oh, you're
Muted.
muted.
And I'm having trouble. Yeah, my only comment was what the fire department has stated about having the driveway conform, but we had spoke about possible shared driveway, so.
I think that was what Don had come up, or Andy and Don had come up with. Rocco, anything?
Nothing.
Bob?
Nothing.
Ahmed?
Nothing.
Yeah, my 2 cents is just what you said. Make sure the site distance issues Did you want to weigh in at all, Don? You're still on?
I was gonna agree to represent the applicant if it made things move along a little faster, but no, I think we said it all at the pre-meeting when they need to get a shared driveway and get those grades down.
All right. Thanks, Don. Yeah, we're getting punchy.
Yeah.
Long meeting.
So we're gonna say it's incomplete and defer it?
We don't.
You
need
don't have to
make-
do anything.
don't
The
need to make
applicant's not
motions
here.
Because they're not here, so.
Just move on. Next
Just
item.
wanted to collect any comments that anybody had to pass along to them, so I think it's covered. Next up is extension of temporary townwide moratorium on the motor vehicle service facilities and
Yeah, so on May 5th, the town board adopted a resolution to extend, once again, the moratorium. They opened the public hearing last night at their meeting and adjourned the meeting until June 2nd so that they could get our recommendation. And I think, past practice has been that we've sort of made no recommendation, positive or negative on this.
yeah, I mean,
item. So
we move it along the same way, so I move that the planning board make no recommendation, positive or negative, to the town board concerning the proposed moratorium extension and finds that this is a matter of town board
And could have
discretion.
stopped them and the Bears didn't let her.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call to question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Last on the agenda, at least, is Mike, a proposed law for establishing floating overlay zone for fueling stations.
All right, so during the moratorium, the town board has been working on the development of a zoning amendment to regulate the vehicle fueling stations. You have a copy of the proposed draft that the town board circulated also on May 5th. They will be holding a public hearing on June 2nd, and so they are looking for recommendation back from the planning board. We this afternoon, Lisa and I, and actually with David Cooper, who's been working also with the town board on this, went through some comments, and you should have received an email, I believe, from Lisa this afternoon at around 3 o'clock, right? Which kind of summarized, I think, what were the big items.
I missed it.
You missed it? Oh, you missed it.
Just
Yeah,
at
you
3
can take
o'clock, I
mine.
was already.
Here you go.
heading.
So but basically it's some of the items mostly the items that we had discussed previously that are kind of things for the town board to consider. I think the board felt that they wanted to, make no recommendation, positive or negative, but offer these comments to the town board for their consideration. So that's what we're suggesting tonight. I don't know if Lisa, was there anything in the comments that you thought we should highlight or discuss?
I read that memo, and I think that Mike and Lisa did a great job.
me too.
That's good. I left for the meeting before I saw that, so. As long as you guys say it's okay. I mean, one of my concerns was I wasn't sure.
Carl, I just have a question.
Sure.
What's the
Bob.
purpose of doing this floating overlay if the extension goes ahead and you can't have any new filling stations?
Yeah, Bob, so the point of the moratorium is so the town board has the time to craft these new zoning regulations. So the moratorium is in place for another 90-day extension. That gives the town board the time to hold its public hearing, do its seeker evaluation, ultimately adopt a zoning amendment. And then at that time, they will probably, the moratorium will probably be
Terminated.
terminated, correct, assuming it's
Right.
done before the 90 days.
As the planning board knows, there are pending gas station applications And so without the moratorium, the board would be in a position to act on them. And the town board doesn't want that to happen before this local law gets enacted in whatever final version it gets enacted. So they're extending the moratorium until they have this in a final form and it's actually implemented.
Okay, so when this is all open, we'll have another 20 applicants some month.
There'll be applicants to the town board first.
Oh,
And only, so the way the local law is drafted, for those who may not have focused on it in any great detail, what's proposed is that there are siting locations within the town for an application for a gas station, which is called a vehicle fueling station in the local law, would go first to the town board. And the town board would decide if the location that's being proposed is an appropriate location. And there are a number of siting criteria in the proposed code section that would restrict where the gas stations would be able to be located. And the proposal in the way it's formatted, Bob, is that the town board would be the only entity that would have jurisdiction to determine where they go. And then it's only upon the town board granting this overlay zone, basically changing the town zoning map to allow a gas station at this particular location. Only following that would it come to the planning board for site plan review. So it's implementing a new layer of review prior to a gas station site plan coming to the planning board.
okay.
Thank you, Lisa. That explanation got us to 5 hours.
I'm just happy I can put coherent sentences together at 10 o'clock at night.
I mean, I'm not, since I haven't read this in detail, I'm not sure if you captured one of my, we talked about the language of structure and pump versus dispenser and whatnot. I think I see that, but
yeah,
one of my concerns was the 500-foot measurement distance. And I didn't think that needed to be measured, that a building needed to be 500 feet away, just the pumps needed to be 500 feet away. I don't know if you captured something like that in it, or the building perhaps could be at a lesser distance. I don't know if anybody else agrees with that. Or not.
no, the only thing we did, the number that you would be looking at, Carl, is number 4, which talks about the facility, which is defined to include structures and improvements. And the only comment that I put in there was improvements was a vague term, and questioning whether parking, for example, is considered an improvement. So would you measure the 500 feet from that? But we did not include something specifically in there to measure 500 feet from the pumps rather than from the building that may house some other use.
Because I'm thinking of it, at least one application we've had where, pumps are away from the houses on the other side of the building, and I saw the building being a little closer is not a big issue. It actually shields you from.
I guess one of the issues relating to that would be whether the building was actually, in most instances, the building is used for a secondary use, like a convenience store, and the building isn't actually it's part of the facility, because the way the law was originally drafted, the convenience store was an accessory use to the gas station.
Right, but a neighborhood convenience store doesn't have to be 500 feet away from residential houses, right?
Right, so
I
then,
was thinking maybe whatever that code is for a convenience store, for setback, whether it's 100 feet, 200 feet, whatever, maybe that's more appropriate for the corner of the building versus 500 feet. But I don't know what to say anybody else.
Lisa, what about the tanks? Do they have any?
they're in there. I got
This-
them, Ben. It's item number, it's definitely in there. Hold on.
Yeah, I read it, but real quick this afternoon.
So what I said was your point that tank pumps and dispensers were not the same thing, and that the code section referencing only pumps might not accomplish what they're looking for, and that they can review the wording and look at the industry standard to make sure it covers what they want it to cover.
Oh, good.
Which is item, I've lost it. Oh, there it is. It's number 3.
Okay.
So what Carl has proposed is an amendment to number 4 to add a sentence or a thought that the 500 feet should be measured only from buildings. So I need to know from the other board members whether you agree with what measured only from the pumps and not from a building that might house a convenience store or something like that. So I need input from the board as to whether that would be an amendment that you would like to make to this or not.
It just seemed overly restrictive to me if for just a deli or a convenience store, but I don't know what everybody else's feeling is. Anybody have thoughts on it?
What's the reasoning for the 500? I mean, how did that come about? The 500 feet?
It's basically what's in our code today, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, right now it has to be 500 feet, and it can be there can be a variance to that, which has been granted in the past, but this law will not allow a variance, so that requires anything that's a new gas station, convenience store combination to be 500 feet away to the closest corner of the building even.
But I mean, the distance is meant to protect against something from.
So Ahmad, when it was enacted, the 500 foot, there's confusion, let's just say that, in the town record for when it was, why it was initially enacted. There was a group of people who on the town board who enacted the 500 feet because of safety concerns with explosion petroleum. And then there were other individuals, including the planner, who said at that time, it was pre-Mike, who said that the 500 feet was meant to deal with the externalities like traffic and noise that would come from a gas station, which would be different from a less intense retail use. So those were the two bases, and it's not clear in the record which one of those got the majority vote, but that was those were the reasons why the 500 foot was put in the first place.
I can understand it from the traffic point of view, but from explosion, I would say if a building is close to the gas station, it's an accessory that will extend the fire to the neighbor. So in my mind, then the 500 from a building is more reasonable than, or it's not your typical convenience store when it's a premise of a gas station.
Yeah, I guess that is different.
Okay, so I've heard one and one. I need to hear from the other board members.
I think
put this to bed.
I think it's sufficient from the pumps or dispensers, because with the fire prevention equipment that's in place today, it's most likely it wouldn't get to a building like a convenience store. And the leak detection is so sophisticated today that it's not likely, not very likely. So I think the pumps is sufficient. 500.
Okay. Rocco, where do you come out?
Well, I think I agree with Ben here. Plus, based upon the previous comments, if you have the building on the, if the pumps are closest to the residential area, you can have the building 500 feet away. Those pumps can be a lot closer. They can be 100 feet closer to the residential area.
Well, the 500 feet is from any part of the facility. So it would include being 500 feet from the pumps, or it would be 500. So the only question, the pumps can't be any closer than 500 feet. But the question is whether the building can be any closer than 500 feet.
Okay, because that's what I was interpreting what Carl was saying. Where if it's from the building and the pumps are on the side closest to the residential, then the pumps would be closer than 500 feet. I mean, that's what I was hearing.
No,
yeah, Carl's saying the
You're
opposite.
saying that that's not the case, then you're the lawyer, so I have to agree with you.
Thanks, Rocco.
Yeah, I mean, keep the pumps 500 feet away, but you know, if the back of the building is up to the residential, you know, our normal 100 or 200 foot setback maybe.
Is there something about how far the buildings on the
Right
premise
do we know
to be like the convenience store? How far is it from the pump?
No, right now, everything has to be more than 500 feet, buildings and pumps. And so the question is whether the buildings can be any closer than
I
500.
see.
Peter,
I 500 feet from the dispenser.
dispensary, okay.
Because the tank and pumps or dispenser are not connected to the building at all.
Right. Okay.
And they have, and by the code, I'm sure Ben knows that the tanks have to be a certain, I mean, to get trucks and stuff in there to refuel, you need to be a certain distance from the building as well, right?
And they have to be a certain depth and have to have either anchor straps or an overburden, which protects them from coming up or exploding.
Okay. Nicole and
Perhaps
Bob, are you?
even hold the tank down, it's the overburden.
Does anybody know what the standard setback would be from a residential to a commercial building? Is that 200 feet or 100?
Depends on the district.
Depends on the district,
And
yeah.
I mean, in some places, they're right next door to each other, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's not
too, but
200
it's-
feet.
Right.
Definitely not 200 feet. What the code
No.
usually provides is for landscaping and buffering between a commercial and a residential use, but it's not. There are some districts where I think it's about 100 feet, but in many others, it's less than that. So,
It's more like 50 feet.
Okay.
right.
I mean,
And then I
but-
think there's also provisions which may give the planning board under site plan the discretion to add a greater buffer as part of the existing site plan. But it's definitely, it's not 200 feet. So you could have conceivably a building that's closer, significantly closer to a residential property than the 500 feet.
in practicality, if the pumps have to be 500 feet away and they're putting a convenience store with it, the building's going to be pretty far from the houses as well.
It'll probably be.
What side of the pumps the building's on?
Right.
So the intent is a safety concern regarding the gasoline, not noise and whatever else because of traffic to the convenience store.
Well, it might be all of those things. I think the town board has, is
I mean,
is
it's up to-
considering all of those things. And
it's up to
ultimately,
town
they're
board to
gonna
weigh in on it,
decide whether or not they,
Right. I mean, just
agree. But if that's what the board wants to recommend, I think.
So I'm just asking what this overlay district description is going to be. If it's both, it should state both and not leave it vague that we've got to figure out whether to apply it or not.
Yeah, we should make that as a recommendation as well then, to not be vague about
what?
That could be number 10. Don't be, what Bob just said.
What does the 500 feet apply to?
Right
Structure-
now, it
Yeah.
applies
What is
to it applies to structures and improvements. So arguably, if the way the law is written right now, if a gas station put up a sign, their sign couldn't be within 500 feet of a residential neighborhood. And arguably paved. So we were debating, the way we originally suggested it was that the word improvements might want to be deleted so that it was just structures, but that would still prevent signs, buildings, and any other structure from being within 500 feet of a residential property boundary line. So what I'm hearing from the board is that they believe that the pumps, the dispensers should be 500 feet from the residential boundary line, but that it's not necessarily required that the building, any building, be 500 feet from the residential lot.
That's what I would say to modify it. And to Bob's point, you might want to add a number 10 that says clarify that the 500-foot distance is for safety versus traffic or both.
Well, they have a purpose statement, right? I mean, David, you maybe I see that you're on here. Maybe we'll take advantage of that. I mean, there is a purpose statement in the law, right?
Yep. Yeah. And what I would say is, and sorry, I'm really just observing because I know I need to translate what you guys are saying to the town board when I meet with them. But just to chime in quickly, it's all of the above. Whether it's safety or buffering and community character concerns, all of that is incorporated into it. But I think that the statement of the direction of, hey, don't be vague. Make it clear as to how we're going to measure this separation distance is a good message back to the board, to the town board, so that we can tweak the language.
I mean, my point is that, being, if it's too restrictive, there's no place you're gonna ever place another gas station in the town. So we want to, that's why I'm saying 500 foot from the pumps, if that's.
Okay, so
enough people.
Carl, I think you have support from the board for that point, so we'll amend item number 4 to include that sentence that it's 500 feet from the dispensary as opposed to from a building. Are there any other amendments that the board would like to make to the list of 12 items that we have?
I've got a question. This is Rocco. This says vehicle fueling stations, and I think what we envision these days is a typical new fueling station would be a convenience market with some pumps. What about if someone decides to come in and put an auto repair shop with pumps?
So the law,
Is there different laws? Okay.
the law actually allows only 3 uses to be on the same site as a gas station. One is a convenience store. Another would be what they call a quick repair akin to a Jiffy Lube or something like that. And then the third is, help me out, what's the third one?
Retail of auto parts. Accessories, excuse me, auto accessories. Yep.
It was basically making the standard repair shop illegal with gas stations.
No, it's car wash, quick stop.
Car wash,
maintenance,
that's what
or
it is.
Car wash, right.
convenience store. Yeah.
Right, so those are the only sites. So if you wanted to do an automobile repair shop, that would have to be on a separate lot. It could not be on the same lot as a gas station.
So no more fuel pumps with auto repair. Wow. Okay.
That's
I'm
right.
good.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it's just, I think it's a separate use. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what it looked like when I read it. That jumped out at me too, Rocco.
That's very interesting.
That's what all the fueling stations were all auto repair. And then they started modifying them into convenience stores. Okay, I guess we're at that point where we're going to make a motion. I move that the planning board make no recommendation, positive or negative, to the town board concerning the proposed floating overlay zone, but with comments listed
1 through 12 with a
12
modification to number 4.
to number 4 of the 500 foot from dispensary and pumps. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Called the question by roll call. Peter?
Aye.
Ben?
Aye.
Nicole?
Aye.
Rocco?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Ahmed?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Motion passes 7-0. Any other items before the board tonight? It was a lot of stuff.
Good night, guys.
We terminate tonight's
David?
meeting.
Second.
Thanks for hanging in there, everyone.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.
I move we terminate the meeting.
We're an
Second.
hour short of the record.
Oh, I called the question. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good night.